another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, ano mekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, get the freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. You heard the rumor here first. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is their mother's savior. That is according to the Igbotic Orchestra of Ikolobia. So the Igbotic Orchestra of Ikolobia, holy, holy, and all that. Good day to you, good to be your company, all that. Good day to you, good to be your company, and how are you? I'm not quite sure. I'm feeling a bit off today, actually. Because I injured my knee and it's giving me some, that niggling pain sensation. It's not quite a cutting pain, but it just niggles at you. So I'm being niggled at by my knee. So I'm a bit, a bit off today, somewhat. I need some water. Pardon me. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Good day to you, all that. The protocol remains the same. Yes, I need injury. It's not even from football. I don't even know how. It's from chasing the kids around. You're good to see you there. Always a delight anytime your turns up. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. So the politics is starting to take shape whenever, because it doesn't often come out, is usually with this accoutrement of escorts in Abu Dhabi. But whenever Atiku Abubakar comes out into play, then that tells you that the game is really afoot. That is to tell you then that we are at the business edge of the business end of the sharp edge of politics. That's the only instance when Atiku comes out. So Atiku comes out, and Obi came out just a couple of days ago. By the way, we didn't react to that, but we'll be reacting to Atiku because Atiku more of a potent threat to Nigerian governance than Peter Obi. So Atiku comes out today. So we've seen what we're making of Atiku's outing today. That will be largely the thrust of the session. The thrust of the session, the main theme will be reacting to Atiku'S outing today. So that's what we'll be doing primarily. But then, of course, we'll be having little snippets of whichever bits of political information happened in the course of the day. So it's a whole potpourri, a whole pokini peri, a whole potpourri. So the British High Commission, they've come out to explain why they attended the ADC convention. So we'll be finding out why they did that. And then there are suggestions now. They are narrowing the field in the ADC, and the speculation then is that the presidential ticket of that particular party will be a pairing of between Atiku, Obi, and Kwakwanso. So that will reflect on that as well. And then any and everything else that comes out in between. Is there anything else that it's just really the Atiku? It's just really the Atiku narrative that is the main hub of it all. But there are a lot of things that actually came out of that Atiku interview. So he's told us now, not that we needed telling, but sorry, I'm hearing myself back. So he told us now, not that we needed telling, that this will be his last outing in politics, win or lose. This will be the last time we'll be conjuring with his name, because as the clock ticks, the 19th of January 2027, if Atiku is on the ballot, that will be the 7th time, number 7, that he'll be running to be Nigerian president. So it gets to a point where enough is enough, and he's telling us now that the enough will be in January next year. So win or lose, heads or tail, then that's him done. But it was done a long time ago. But it's like a boxer, isn't it? Atiku Abubakar. He never knows when to call it quits. He always takes that extra fight too much that would then give him the brain damage. So this will be the brain damage politics of Atiku Abubakar. This is the one that will probably inflict him that not that you probably say it's already brain damage. So we're looking a lot at that. And then we'll be, I've got this little, and then we'll be looking at just little snippets that are coming out of Twitter as well. We often do that. Maybe we'll actually start off with the Twitter snippets, and then we get into the Atiku interview. The Atiku interview will be the body of the session. So let's just get the little snippets out of the way, and then we get into the Atiku interview. But before we do anything, the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button. Just as soon as I'm inviting you to do so. Click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, please do that. Like and subscribe. Every single person listening to the sound of my voice now should be subscribed. Look at your device. If your device is not saying subscribed, which sets it in the past tense, if your device is not saying subscribed in the past tense, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by depressing the subscribe word to change it to subscribe. So subscribe is what I'm saying to you anyway. So just subscribe. That's all I'm saying. And then click on like as well if you haven't done that. So like and subscribe. Quickly do that. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. So let me send it in there now. So there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into the studio. I'll put you onto the screen, have a conversation with you. So nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's exactly just as I've just stated right there. So there's that. And what else? Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chats towards the stream just has been exemplified by Ayo right there. So you see what Ayo has done there. So either match or surpass that. That's what they call a super chat. I thought that button was broken. Nobody does it anymore. But super chat towards the stream and say hello to me in the comment section. Let me know where you're joining us from so I can acknowledge your presence. Say hello back to you. So all those things, like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Say hello in the comment section. Share the link, super chat towards the stream. All those things, do them all at once if you like. So let's just get started, shall we? Let's get started and we'll kick it off. let's get started. We kick it off with this one. So let's get started. We kick it off with this one. What's this one offering us? Where drugs use is most prevalent in Nigeria by region. So the amugbos and the crackheads in Nigeria. So the largest crackheads in Nigeria are in the southwest. They are all high on Igbo and Ghana. Everybody is all bannered up in the southwest. So this is what it's telling us. Where drug use is most prevalent in Nigeria by region. So southwest, nearly 4.4 million, which is 22.4%. That's not of the population, probably of the users. So so that's that. A lot of people on drugs in the southwest. So that's 22%. In the south, 2.1%. Is that telling us that can be the percentage of the overall population? So no, it's actually millions. So let's do it again. In the southwest, 4.4 million people are on drug misuse. So Ghana, I'm not even sure if weed constitutes drugs. So maybe Ghana mainly. And then in the south, 2.1%. In the southeast, 1.5%. In the northeast, 2%. Not percent or millions, I'm saying. In the southwest, 4.4 million. In the south, 2.1 million. In the southeast, 1.5 million. In the northeast, 2 million. In the northwest, 3 million. In the north central, 1.5 million. So the southwest recorded the highest drug use rate, whilst the north central had the lowest. Despite lower prevalence rates, the northwest has had the highest number of users. So there it is right there. That's probably information that you could have done without not knowing. It doesn't add or remove anything from your life, but that's that. That's the Ghana data of Nigeria, the Ghana users. So let's go on from that to this. Do you recall a guy that tells you he doesn't give shishi? Have you ever heard that phrase? I know they give shishi. Well, he may not be giving shishi, but his wife is certainly giving sisi. So here is Peter Obi's wife right here in the fullness of the splendor of an Owambe garden. You see this woman doing, was she even spraying dollars? This is the wife of the leader of the common man, or the lady in the middle right there, wearing anko with she's the lighter shade one in the anko. That's Peter Obi's wife, Margaret. And there she is, as ever, at whichever Owambe party is going on in Lagos. He tells us how much he hates Yoruba people so much. Maybe it's not yet passed on that message to his wife, but here is Margaret Obi giving more than shishi, giving dollars. You see, there she is right there. She's the one doing the spraying right there. So that's Obi's wife. Look at that. Is that American dollars? Not this one, no. This one, not this first one that you are seeing. The one right behind her, that's Peter Obi's wife right there. Not giving shishi, but giving bills of money, words of money. All right. Hopefully you can hear the volume on that, by the way. I don't think Obi explained to his wife that they are meant to hate Yoruba people, which she seems to love. And this is not the first time we've seen her in an Owambe setting, by the way. She's forever and a day, always in an Owambe setting. I know they give Shishi's wife. Where is she again? She's there she is. She's tucked at the back. There she is right there. The one leaning in to have a conversation with somebody at the background. That's Peter Obi's wife right there, Margaret. So that's the wife of I know they give Shishi, give him more than Shishi right there. Is there anything else that I wanted to share with you? Why don't we just get into the article thing, which is the main, because it's such a long interview. So let's get into it, and then we'll see what we get at the back end of it. So I'm going to start playing this now. Let me know in the comment section if you can hear the volume. So it kicks off from here.
Exclusive conversation with one of the most enduring figures in Nigerian politics, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. For decades, his name has remained a constant in Nigeria's political equation, from the days of military rule to the corridors of power as vice president under Olusegun Obasanjo to multiple presidential bids. His journey has been long, relentless, and unfinished. Now, at 79, Atiku is gearing up for what could be his seventh attempt at the presidency. He brings with him a vast political network, deep experience, and a legacy that includes investments in education and philanthropy. But he also carries the weight of past defeats, lingering controversies, and growing questions among Nigerians. Is it time for something new? Because Nigeria itself has changed. The electorate is younger, more restless, and increasingly impatient with the old political order. So, as Atiku Abubakar steps forward once again, the questions are unavoidable. Can a familiar face still convince a changing nation? Or is this one final bid against the tide? Position, can he convince Nigerians he represents change, not continuity? I'll be joined exclusively by the former Vice President of Nigeria, Atiku Abubakar. And later, we'll have top-tier analysis of what he's had to say. I'm Charles Onyegolu, and this is an Arise Primetime Special. So,
yes, I'm sure that a few of you. Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Princess. So I'm sure a few of you would have seen it already, but we watch it together anyway, and then we'll unpack it together as well. But the one thing I want to immediately off the bat observe is that Charles Anyagolu is treating this as a bigger event than any other interview that he has done. So he has interviewed Peter Obi, who is also in the running. He has interviewed El Rufai, who is also in the running. And all of those interviews, they're just the usual standardized Charles Anyagolu interview. But you can see with this one now, is treating it as a big event. It's an event rather than an interview. That's how it's been put across. So why is it being put across as an event? Because they see this guy Atiku as the foremost opposition figure, the only potency that can really threaten the status quo. And that is why he gets that much deference and respect. So you can notice the difference. And it's even telling us that they are going to then do a panel to review that interview after the interview takes place. So it's never done that for any of the usual stragglers, which is to tell you then that they all are in the recesses of their mind or in the concession of their political analysis. They've already considered that this guy is going to be the one taking on Tinubu, and that is why it's such an event for him.
A familiar name returns to a familiar quest, but in a very different Nigeria. Atiku Abubakar, former vice president and one of the most enduring figures in this country's political history, is preparing for what could be his seventh run for the presidency in 2027. For decades, he's been at the heart of Nigeria's power structure, rising from the SDP to the PDP to the AC, then to the APC, back to the PDP, and now in the ADC, building a vast network of political, business, and personal alliances along the way. He's been close to power, and just as often, just short of it. From serving alongside Olusegun Obasanjo as vice president to contesting and losing against figures like Moshood Abiola, Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan, Muhammadu Buhari, and most recently Bola Ahmed Tinubu. His presidential ambition has remained constant, but so have the questions. At 79, does Atiku represent experience or an old political order Nigerians are increasingly uncomfortable with? Can his vast network finally deliver victory, or has the moment passed him by? And in a country grappling with economic strain, insecurity, and shifting political loyalties, is this resilience or one final roll of the dice? And I'm suitably delighted to say that the former Vice President of Nigeria, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, joins me now exclusively in the studio. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you, Charles.
All right. Charles is also going to say something now that I want you to take note of. Because I've not watched it in full, but I've watched this part of it. He's going to say something now that I want you to take note of. It says thank you for coming in, and then it's also going to thank him for coming to the studio rather than insisting that they come and see him. So the way they treat Atiku is almost like a presidential treatment, because usually when somebody has been a president or is a president, the journalists usually go to his abode or his preferred space to be interviewed. They go to meet him rather than him coming to their studio. So he is making especially an attempt to acknowledge that Atiku made the effort to come to their studio rather than have them come and meet him. So with somebody like Peter Obi, for instance, they'll just phone him that, look, be there for 1 o'clock, and he's straight in the bus, running down to be interviewed. So that tells you just where they place this guy. So I'm saying all of this in order to let you understand then that all of the Nigerian political permutators, they've already permutated that this is the guy that will be taking on Tinubu, and that's why they treat him with so much deference.
And not only did you agree to do the interview, you insisted on coming to the studio to do it. So we appreciate that very much. Now, you've been a central figure in Nigerian politics for decades, and by the time the election comes around in 2027, you'll be 80. Respectfully, I mean, this may be your last realistic shot at the presidency. Does that make the stakes higher for you this time?
Certainly, yes, because the stakes are higher because I believe that will be my last outing. And
so that's
So it's important to note that. So the stakes are higher because that would be my last outing. So by the time the elections come up, Atiku will be 80. Officially, we all know that it's a lot older than 80, but officially, Atiku will be 80. So I've been saying all the way through that this is the last throw of the dice for a lot of Nigerian politicians. Even so, for somebody as tunnel focused on ambition, on the singularity of one ambition, as you possibly can be, the moment comes when that moment comes, when the moment passes you by. So Atiku acknowledges now that the push of the younger generation, a new dynamism within the political landscape, his age, and his routinous running and fading, the last opportunity, the next opportunity opening up is the last opportunity ever for him to be president of Nigeria. He'll be the oldest president we've ever had, by the way, if he becomes the president, which of course it will not be, but he'll be the oldest president at the age of 80. Can you imagine that? And he will still insist on 2 terms, by the way. So by the time, it will be like a Mugabe sort of a thing, with people coming to Aso Rock to change his nappy and whatnot. But there it is right there. You heard it right there. This will be his final throw of the die. So that's the first exclusive to come out of this interaction.
Incontrovertible.
That's incontrovertible.
Okay. Yes. Right. So beyond the fact that you have said conclusively that that'll be your last outing, why should Nigerians take that gamble on you now? Why should they believe that you represent the future and not the past?
I represent both the past and the future, simply because we have seen various levels of leadership in the country, both young and old, and we're experiencing them. And I still believe that our expectations of the young leadership is below what we thought. And we believe, I personally believe, they require experience and they require tutelage from the older generation.
Yeah, but you don't have to be empowered to give them that tutelage. do you?
Sometimes you need to be.
I mean, you could be doing it now.
Yeah, sometimes you need to be, because what I was able to learn from President Obasanjo through his experience, I couldn't have learned it outside.
Right. But critics say you represent the same political establishment Nigerians are increasingly frustrated with. I mean, why should they trust you to deliver something different?
But look at it. Look at, the political experience. It's been a mixed one. We have had so many young governors in a number of states who have failed woefully, when it comes to governance, Charles. And I believe those type of people still require tutelage, still require to learn from experience. Believe me, I don't think I could have learned.
It boggles the mind, it befuddles the senses that Atiku, age 79, a serial presidential contestant, never a president, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, he's still insisting that is the change that Nigeria wants. So if Atiku is the change that we want, then what are we changing from? And what are we changing to? That's the thing now. The system is rotten. It's rotten all the way through. The rot is not about Tinubu now. The rot is decades and decades of misadministration, maladministration, corruption, brutality, and all that. So who are responsible for that? Who are the people responsible for that? At the forefront of the people responsible for that is this guy. He was at the forefront of the $16 billion that disappeared under the Obasanjo electrification system. He was in charge of the economic council of that particular administration. So that $16 billion is actually is the actual person that's meant to account for that. So that's still missing. All of these sort of storylines. Do you remember Halliburton? The judgment that went against him in the United States, all of these things. So these are the things that we're looking to escape from. So if we're looking to escape from all of those things, how is Atiku the representation of that change from that sort of politics that we're looking to escape from? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It's unbelievable stuff.
If I were a president, what I have learned, under being vice president to president, because he came with tremendous experience from a military head of state and now to a civilian president, there was a lot I learned.
But I wonder if the real challenge for you, Mr. Vice President, is not just defeating the incumbent, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but convincing Nigerians that you are not more of the same. I mean, I know I'm banging on a bit about that, but why should they take the risk of choosing you now after so many previous attempts?
Well, there is a clear and stark difference. Take the cases of the state governors in a number of states being headed by relatively young people and failing woefully simply because at the apex, they did not have a capable and experienced, president to guide them and to, of course, give them the benefit of his experience. And that's why we have been having a number of, very, very woeful leadership at a number of states because they are being headed by inexperienced young.
All right, let's examine that for a moment. Number one, what experience does Atiku Abubakar have? That's the first question. And the second question is, when did he have those experiences? So that's the second question. The experience that Atiku Abubakar had was as a vice president. Do you understand? Do you remember the deputy governor of your state in the last administration, the previous one? Who was the deputy to Peter Obi? Who is the deputy to Sheyi Makinde? Who knows? Who cares? The deputy is not a decision maker now. It's just there to go and cut ribbons and go to spaces that the president himself cannot attend. So, what experience does Atiku have? He's never administered anything. He has never been number one in any political office. He doesn't have a track record in decision making. That's one. All he has is to try and get the credits for the Obasanjo administration and then leave the deficits to Obasanjo. So that's one. And then when was that administration? Obasanjo's administration was 1999 to 2007. We're in what? 2026 now, going on 2027. So this guy had his experience that he feels he wants to pass on. He's been deputy to a main man over 20 years ago. So what does that offer anything? He keeps talking about experience. You think it's not even governed a state. It's not been a local government chairman, no Atiku. He has never been number one in any meaningful decision-making, administrative, public something. What experience is he talking about? I have no concept of it.
Young men also require experience to be able to succeed.
But is it an individual thing or a systemic thing?
I think, to me, I will describe it as a systematic issue, because we have had more failures in states than we even had at the federal level.
Because I'm wondering whether you're saying that the system only became broken when you were no longer in power.
Not necessarily, but when we did not have capable presidents with experience at the helm of affairs.
And when was that? I mean, everybody, to be fair, recognizes the time that you and Obasanjo were in office as a sort of golden era.
That's right.
After sort of the return to democracy. But what other time after that are you talking about?
For instance,
did anybody notice the reverse order of placement that Charles Anyagolo used there? It says everybody remembered when you and Obasanjo were in office. I don't recall a time that Atiku and Obasanjo were in office. I recall a period when Obasanjo and Atiku were in office, but I don't know of a time when Atiku and Obasanjo were in office. Do you see the reverse order? It's just a psychological placement, isn't it? Telling you to see Atiku as the principal of that particular duo. I mean, look, it's unbelievable stuff. This is the sort of brain magic that tells you that they're from Japan and they're from Israel and all that. It's just ridiculous stuff. But let's carry on.
Let's take the era of after Umaru Yar'Adua, who started very well and was succeeded by Jonathan Goodluck. I know Jonathan Goodluck very well, a decent young man, but also inexperienced. That, I believe, attributed, to his failure to manage affairs of the country, particularly when he was faced with challenges. So these are the type of things that we, in fact, what I would like to see is real leadership training of our upcoming and young generation politicians. I wish I could introduce a leadership training.
Well, you could.
Yeah.
I mean, you own a university. I mean, you could start a leadership institute.
Yes. We need it. We
Yeah.
need it in this country.
But it hasn't
Because-
occurred to you all this time that that's something you ought to do?
Well, the university is an independent body, and
Right.
it's a growing institution. It's a little over 20 years now. And of course, not that it hasn't produced very, very exceptional products. I have met their products all over the world, and I was astonished to see them.
Mm.
But then, as you know, universities are developing institutions. So maybe in due course, they should be able to do that.
Yeah, obviously you can start a leadership institute independent of the
Yeah.
university. But you are now aligned with the African Democratic Congress, or ADC, at a time when the party is facing legal battles as well as internal disputes. Do you believe that your presence on the ADC is building a viable platform, or are you joining a coalition that's already under terrible strain?
Charles, I must be frank with you. I am one of the initiators of this coalition, or perhaps the leading, initiator of the coalition, because I remember when.
No, not that. Oh, this is Atiku is taking his claim. That's an alpha move right there. I am the principal initiator of this coalition. So essentially, what's he saying? I set this shit up. That's what he's saying. So if it's, it's all there now. So anyway, let's just continue to listen, because sometimes it's like it's like a parallel universe sometimes, where facts travel in one direction and fallacious Sakama J travels in a parallel direction. They are moving both at the same speed, but telling you totally different things. Anyway, we'll see how it plays out. It'll be delicious. The only excitement in politics now is the ADC space, because they are going to end up cannibalizing each other. They will eat each other raw. It's going to be ugly, it's going to be brutal, and it's going to be unrelenting,
The PDP lost the last election. I addressed the party. I said, I don't see a future for PDP unless there is a coalition, or a broad-based coalition or alliance. And the PDP leadership disagreed with me at that point in time.
What made you say that?
I said it because I studied, the political history of Nigeria, and I saw how alliances worked in the First Republic, in the Second Republic. So it is not difficult for one to, to predict or to explain, to what I will say, students of, because I consider those young politicians as future leaders of Nigeria. So it's my responsibility to point out to them. And I pointed out to them that the only future for PDP is in broad coalition. And they disagreed with me. And the reason why they disagreed with me was simple. Simply because they didn't want to see my face, not what I was proposing. And now they have found themselves in the same position.
Yeah, but what I'm wondering...
But for all that have been slaughtering Atiku so far, out of all of the people in play, Atiku is the most articulate. That's the one thing that you can't take that away from. But then, of course, look at, they say in the blind of the blind, the one-man eyed is king. So the one-eyed man is king. So if you look at the people Atiku is contending against, then Tinubu is like gibberish. It's just total gibberish. I'm not quite sure. Tinubu is just lucky that we have Peter Obi in the political mix, because if we didn't have Peter Obi, it will really pronounce the retardation of Tinubu. But Peter Obi, a total retard. And I was it's just nonsensical rubbish and gibberish. So Atiku is off that trilogy. Even if we add Rotimi Amechi to it, even if we add Kwakwanso to it, let's make it a 5-way split. Out of Atiku, out of Tinubu, Peter Obi, Atiku, Kwakwanso, and Rotimi Amechi, Atiku is by far and a clear distance the most articulate of them all. Tinubu has the sharpest brain, but Tinubu doesn't have the oratory due to reasons of maybe years of abuse, smoking, drinking, and whatever excesses. So it's completely debilitated And also clever people like Tinubu, they think at speed, and their thoughts sometimes is far ahead of their utterances, so they might get muddled up. But out of the 5 primal politicians vying for that Aso Rock seat, Atiku is by far and a clear distance the most articulate. Just there's nothing even controversial about that. That's beyond question. We've all heard them all try to speak. He's the only one that you can really understand.
What was it that made you say that the future of the PDP was only in the coalition, having yourself been a presidential candidate of the party?
Study the political history of Nigeria.
No, I know, but that's a broad thing. I'm talking about specifically,
yes.
What is it? What did you see in the PDP that there was a warning sign?
Because there was a decline in the popularity of PDP and the states they were winning. So there was a decline. There was no way, they could have won on their own without, a coalition.
Was there the nettlesome factor of Nyesom Wike there?
Well, I mean, in fact, more or less, it was like a kind of gang up.
Gang up against you? Possibly, against the party?
Possibly against the party or based on their individual ambitions.
Right. Now, you're in the ADC coalition, as we said. I mean, is the coalition driven by a shared vision? And I'm coming off the back of what you just said about what happened in the PDP. And you've been in several political parties, including the APC. So you've got a very good sense of how parties come together and what makes them fall apart.
Yeah.
Is this coalition of the ADC driven by a shared vision or simply a shared determination to remove Bola Ahmed Tinubu?
Let me say both, because Bola has been a very bad president.
All right. I was curious. I haven't watched this part. I was curious to see how he answers that, because the coalition is an amalgamation of disparate political actors. So that's why people call them desperados. There are no ideological meshing together between any of the people there. The philosophy of Atiku El-Rufai, Abubakar Malami is an oligarchical sort of feudal religious politics of the North. The politics of somebody like Peter Obi is a people-centric capitalism. The politics of somebody like Rotimi Amechi is an elitist sort of privileged politics. The politics of somebody like Aregbesola is an ethno-based sort of. So there's no convergence. There's no ideological common ground that meshes all of these elements together. These are just a bunch of desperados, as Charles Anyagulo put it more elegantly than I could have.
To be honest with you.
How so?
I mean, because I didn't expect that from him, in the way he governs the country, whether economically or otherwise. It's a disappointment.
Right. Well, I'm going to return to that issue in a minute, because that's obviously important. But if the ADC is about vision, which you suggest that it is, can you clearly state what unites you beyond opposing the incumbent?
Well, a number of things unite us. For instance, the issue of deepening our democratic institutions and the issue of separation of powers under the Constitution. We feel very, very concerned about that. We have seen how virtually, a presidency has almost turned the various institutions that are supposed to be checks and balances, under one roof, which is quite dangerous.
Right. Okay, you've run for president now, as we said, multiple times. Some have called you a perennial contender. I'm sure you've heard that yourself a number of times, and you are aiming to run again in 2027. What, if anything, makes this attempt different from the others?
Different in what way, Charles?
Well, that's why I'm asking you that question. What makes it different from the other times that you've
What
run?
makes it different from the other times is that you have a more broader coalition now. You have elements from APC, from PDP, from NMPP.
You know that's a misreading of the question and the situation. It's not a broad coalition. You know, in fact, it's not even a coalition, isn't it? It's a coming together of our politicians. When you're talking about a coalition, you are talking about institutional coming together. So you are talking about, let's say, the PDP decides to work with the Labour Party and the AAC, and then they converge together and then form a new entity. That's a coalition. But if you have individuals going into one party for the purposes of persecuting an election, that is not a coalition. That's nothing at all. Okay, what's coalescing? They're just individual members. They're not bringing their parties into a structure. They are bringing their personality into that structure. So what's being coalesced? They are not coalescing anything. It's just a misuse of language. These are just people joining a party. That's all. There's no coalition. In fact, it's a misuse of language to describe, because even Rabi Okwakwanso, he did not bring NMPP. He left NMPP and joined as an individual the ADC. So nothing coalesced there. So where is the coalition? It's just a ridiculous use of language.
From Labour, that makes it a much broader, coalition than what even happened in the past before. Yeah.
But for you personally?
For me personally, I see a lot of future, because within the broad coalition, you see people of my generation, you see people below my own generation, and down the line. So you can see clear, succession, pattern. Imagine.
Yes. Wasn't that the same thing that happened in what was the APC coalition?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I didn't see it in the APC coalition. I left the APC quite early. Once I realized that they are going the wrong way, I left.
Some would say once you realize that your political ambition wouldn't be achieved.
Not about that. It wasn't about the personal ambition at all. No, absolutely not.
So what was it about?
Quite a number of things. I mean, of course, you are dragging me to, start going into the administration of late President Buhari, and I wouldn't want to do that because he's late.
Right. Okay, understood. Let's return to the ADC, which is the matter of the moment. If a consensus candidate emerges within the ADC coalition, would you step aside in the interest of unity?
No, it's not the issue of stepping aside, but would I support?
Right.
I think what would I say in the coalition is that we will the first option will be to work out a consensus. If that doesn't, of course, emerge, then we go for direct president. I mean, I will support anybody who emerges.
Right. So either a consensus candidate, and that's the first option.
Yes, that's the first option as far as the party is concerned. We will aim at consensus. If we don't get it, then we go for elections.
Right. That sounds like something that'll be terribly disputatious.
It may well be disputatious, as Charles puts it, but that is the only real viable option for the ADC. So if they want to run a primary is a very, very expensive exercise. It's a very, very expensive event, and these guys have limited resources. So if they want to run a primary, they have to organize the whole primary. They have to devote money to the primaries. And then the individual actors, they have to bring out their monies for that primary to get that ticket. So it's a huge spend. The primaries could well be the better part of $500 million, if not even $1 billion. Just that exercise in terms of the logistics, the bribing, and all that goes with the primary. So it's a very, very expensive exercise. And I'm not quite sure that the funds is within the ADC to expend $500 million on just the primary. So I think what they will pursue most fervently will be a consensus candidate. And the consensus candidate is, of course, Atiku Abubakar. But my instinct tells me that it will be Atiku Abubakar and Rotimi Amechi, not Peter Obi. So, and I think they will reach that fairly quickly to leave the window for Peter Obi to go to another party. But yes, I'm almost certain that they will go for the consensus option.
I don't expect we will get to that level because we are dealing with really mature politicians and experienced politicians as well.
But you're also dealing with people with huge political ambitions.
Ambition, well, that's a different thing altogether. But we have all agreed that this is the way to save democracy in this country.
You now, of course, share that political space with figures like Peter Obi, Rabiu Kwankwaso, Rotimi Amechi, Nasir El-Rufai, Aminu Tambuwal, and a host of others. I mean, some would say that this is not a partnership, this is a rivalry waiting to happen. Because if you ask many Nigerians, their concern is that this might collapse under the weight of competing ambitions.
No. Charles, clearly you can see that there is a generational progression there. So, I mean, if people of my generation don't get it, the people who may get it next may be the next generation. I mean, clearly you can see a generational structure there, and it's deliberate.
Right. If it comes down to one ticket, which ultimately it'll come down to, will you step aside for somebody
there
like...
There is no question of stepping aside.
What I'm asking, I want to ask you a direct question now. If it comes down to that single ticket, will you step aside for Peter Obi, for example, if he's more popular? Yes or no?
I will step aside for any winner.
Right.
Yeah.
Including Peter Obi.
Of course, if he is a contender, why not?
I mean, he was your vice presidential running mate. Does that would that make it a bit more difficult for you to accept him coming?
What is difficult there is
well, I don't know. That's why
politics is either you go through democracy or you go through consensus. So
right.
What is there if he emerges through, consensus or he emerges through electoral process?
Right. Okay. Well, let me talk about something else, which is the political power of the North, which everybody recognizes is considerable. I mean, it's almost the determining factor in any election in Nigeria. Your political strength has often been tied to the North, but also, I mean, you're often seen as somebody who has a widespread across Nigeria, particularly the Southeast, South, and so on. But today, the North appears more fragmented than ever. Do you agree with that assessment?
No, I think I would rather say the North appears to be more united now than fragmented.
Well, there seem to be multiple power blocks, competing loyalties. I mean, the North Central region is asserting more of an independence away from the rest of the North. So it's no longer monolithic.
The North Central has always asserted a more independence because it used to be the Middle Belt. So from the First Republic, it has been, the position of the North Central. It has always been a middle belt, but in the broader political sense, it has always been part of the North.
Do you genuinely have the backing of the North? Can it still unite behind you, or has that?
If it doesn't acknowledge the changing tides of Northern politics, then it's naive beyond belief. But I think it knows what Charles is saying. Without equivocation, the North Central is asserting its independence and pulling away from a monolithic North and they've been doing that quite aggressively, especially under this Tinubu administration. But another thing going on in the north is the rise of Hausa nationalism and the rise of Hausa voices. If it's not acknowledging those spaces, then it has no concept of what's going on.
Political base shifted beyond your control.
No. The North still remains my major political base because I won more northern states than any other states. I won only 2 in the Southwest. I don't think I won any in the Southeast and the South.
Right. And you're confident that that remains the same even today?
Yes, I am.
Right. If the North doesn't monolithically rally behind you as their candidate, does that fundamentally weaken your path to the presidency?
In fact, politically, the North appears much more united now than ever.
No, but what I'm saying is that if it doesn't monolithically, in other words, if they don't all come together and rally behind you, how much does that weaken your path to the presidency?
The majority of the North will always come together.
And you're the person to bring them together.
That's right.
Why?
Sure.
What would be the basis for it?
Because that is my political base.
Yeah, but
Just
I mean,
like
a lot of other people would argue that it's their
just
political.
like the South is the political base of Peter Obi,
Right.
and the South is the political base of Amechi. Yes.
The reason I say that is that you have so many different elements today. I mean, in that northern sort of equation, it's not like it's not like under Buhari, for example, where you had this massive vote that was constantly going to him.
Okay, can you tell me among the current leaders in the North who has more votes than I have?
Well, it depends on who has been running. I mean, you talked about different tiers of.
So, I mean, you are talking of figures like Tambuwal, you are talking like figures like Kwankwaso and others, and Mayor Ruvais, and also the emerging political, figures. None of them has got that northern bloc vote as much as I have got.
No, Kwakwanso has more guaranteed votes, northern votes, than Atiku. Atiku's votes are usually nested within a major party, and then the accoutrements of that party deliver their particular ward, state, etc. Take PDP, for example. When Atiku went into the last cycle of elections, PDP were controlling, I think, about 40%, 50% of the states. So those states are the biggest politician in each individual state sits in that state house. And then those states delivered what they could to Atiku. So it wasn't especially Atiku's popularity in those spaces. It was the mechanisms, it was the machinery of those individual PDP governors that delivered that. Atiku has never, this is the first time actually that we'll be testing if Atiku has any votes actually attached to him, because he's going into these elections now without any state under his control, without any structure for the ADC, without anything. So any vote he gets now will be votes that he's able to canvass for himself. But Atiku has never canvassed any vote for himself. We know the votes attached to Kwakwanso. We know the votes attached to Peter Obi. We even know the votes attached to Tinubu somewhat. And those votes carry through whichever political formation they're in. But we don't know that there's any votes attached to Atiku as a loyalist vote to Atiku out of belief in him. Because there's nothing to believe in Atiku. And like everybody knows, he's an opportunist and a chancer. And that doesn't especially garner loyalty.
But they also, people like Kwankwaso have the northern strategic vote, don't they?
Kano.
Yes, that's strategic.
Yeah. We concede that to him.
Right.
Yeah. That's why he's a leader in the coalition.
But you don't think that the absence of such a vote would affect you fundamentally?
But, well, the absence of it may affect, but even his own case, you can see how Kano is now split between himself and his former governor. So there is even a split in that.
Let's turn to the issue of zoning. there is a strong argument rooted in Nigeria's informal power rotation that after a northern presidency, it is now the turn of the South to lead. So why are you seeking to run in 2027? Are you going against that principle, or do you believe zoning no longer matters?
No, I think it is an error or a mistake to say that there is an agreement on issue of zoning in Nigeria. Let me tell you, the only political party that has zoning provision in its constitution is the PDP. All the rest don't have. So if anything, all the other political parties are borrowing or learning from PDP zoning formula.
But you agreed with that zoning formula. I mean, you were the vice president.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, I agree with the zoning formula.
So why do you disagree with it now?
Wait a moment.
Yeah.
But if you are talking about zoning formula in the PDP, and it is north-south, the South has governed for 18 years and the North 10. So who is in a deficit, if you want to be fair?
Yeah, but is that, I mean,
you apply it globally. Apply it globally. I'm telling you, the only party that has zoning is its constitution entrenched.
So sorry, walk me through that mathematics. 8 years of Tinubu, 4 years of 8 years of Obasanjo, 4 years of Tinubu. By my own rudimentary mathematics, that's 12. So I'm not sure where's the 18 years coming from. I'm not sure. And what did we have? 8 years of Buhari and 2 years of what's it called? Yadua. So I'm not sure. What's he talking about?
It's the PDP. The rest don't have.
Right. But the principle, though, of zoning, do you agree with it?
I agree with the principle. In fact, I will even go further. Let me tell you what happened in the 2004, was it Constitutional Conference of Abacha.
Oh yeah, sorry. Somebody just reminded me of Goodluck Jonathan's 6 years as well.
There was an argument between the late Dr. Alex Ekweme and myself in particular, representing the late Shehu Yaradua group. Dr. Alex Ekweme proposed a provision in the Constitution for a rotational presidency. And I was leading the Yaradua group, and I opposed it. And because we control about 60 to 70% of the delegates, Dr. Ekweme's amendment was not through. Now, in hindsight, when I attended the funeral of late Dr. Ekweme, I admitted that I made a mistake. I should have supported Dr. Ekweme's amendment, and the presidency would have rotated to all the zones in the country. And I think that is the most equitable provision that could be, included in the Constitution.
Right. Is that something that you would push for if you became president?
Definitely, yes. Even if it is the only amendment I can make, I will move towards that.
But that push will come only if you become president, because right at this point, you're making an argument about the number of years the North has had and the number of years the South has had. And some would say that that is for your own political convenience.
Not my own political convenience, but for the political stability of the country. Because if that amendment, if that provision were there, you would not be having all these arguments now about zoning or no zoning, who is cheated and who is not cheated, and so on and so forth, because every zone would have had the opportunity to produce a president.
Yes, but that's
you will know that even if you don't produce a president now, you will produce a president in the future.
But are you prepared to deal with the possible backlash that would come from people in this country if they perceive that you're abandoning that zoning, which appears to be the way they see it?
It is not abandoning zoning, rather it is entrenching zoning.
Well, the way they see it.
Because right now, zoning is not in Nigeria's constitution. It's not.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that you you running is the greatest, if you like, testament to your philosophy around zoning, because it suggests that, you know, a lot of people would say that it's the turn of the South. I mean, that's why, you know, a
I
southerner
am trying
ran.
to tell those
That's
people
why people like PDP have zoned it to the South and so on. I mean,
Charles, I'm telling you, I mean, most of these arguments are, more, self-centered. I'm giving you the most rational argument. There is no party that has zoning in its constitution. So if you don't have zoning in your constitution, why are you pushing for it?
yeah, but it doesn't have to be in the Constitution.
It has to.
There has to be a principle.
For you, it has to. For a multi-ethnic and multi-religious country like Nigeria, it has to.
But if there is a consensus within your party, for example, I mean, to say that in the interest of propriety, in the interest of justice, which you have talked about, that perhaps it is time for, they should let the South finish the 2 terms and it'll return to the North.
No, then there is you cannot balance the deficit. Already the North is behind by 8 years. So where is the fairness there? Where is the balance there?
Yeah, but is there an element of your own political, because I mean, you have said that after 2027, you're not going to run again. It'll be essentially too late for you to run again.
Well, that's left to the next generation to take it up.
So there's an element of your own personal ambition in whatever position you take about zoning.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. It's not anything personal. That's all.
Right. Okay. Well, let me turn to something else, because if you were to get the ticket, you will run up against an incumbent with what some say is a formidable political machine. What is your concrete strategy to defeat President Tinubu, not just politically, but structurally?
But why would I sit down and then start discussing?
So that's a two-pronged question right there. So what is your strategy to defeat Tinubu, not just politically, but structurally? So politically what will be the narrative you'll be presenting to the Nigerian people? So gaslighting is not going to work this time around. Tribal dog whistling is not going to work this time around. The politics we're entering for 2027 is show your workings. So show your workings is what is in play for 2027. Show your workings. What does that mean? Tinubu has this plan, which is he has laid out before the Nigerian people and is implementing. If you are saying that Tinubu's plan is not fit for purpose, then what is your plan? So give us a plan of action, a course of direction, a journey that you want to take us on. Not just, hate Tinubu, or hate the Yorubas, or whatever, or love me because I'm Fulani, I'm one of you. None of those things will work this time around. We want a detailed, worked out plan that betters the plan already in play. It's a show your workings sort of an election we're entering now. And that's the question. And the other question was about structure. The ADC has no structure. So they have to build a structure organically from the ground. But I don't think he understands that question anyway, just from the way he started to answer it. We're getting towards the end, by the way, and then we kick off the conversation.
You will run up against an incumbent with what some say is a formidable political machine. What is your concrete strategy to defeat President Tinubu, not just politically, but structurally?
But why would I sit down and then start discussing about my political strategy? At this forum.
That's a strategy that you're going to have to employ.
For all what I know is that a coalition candidate facing Bola Tinubu is dead on arrival.
Right, but those are just, it's almost like a slogan, isn't it?
No, it's not a slogan, but it's a fact. Look at the leadership of the coalition. If each and every one of them will bring their zone, to electoral victory. Where Bola stand?
Right. Well, let me put on those. What is the one thing President Tinubu is doing today that you would immediately reverse if you became president?
All right, all right. I want us all to pay attention to this because we're not getting to the policy end of, this is the question that I want journalists asking these politicians. So the question, what is Tinubu doing now that you would change or stop when Tinubu, if you become president? So what's Tinubu doing now? Tinubu is doing NEL Fund. Tinubu is doing infrastructural development. Tinubu is doing tax reformation. Tinubu is recalibrating the local government. Tinubu is rejigging the oil sector. Tinubu is doing a whole raft of reforms. So which amongst those are you going to stop or reverse if you become president? That's the question. So pay attention because we're not getting to the policy end of this interaction. Very interesting what he says next.
Leadership of the coalition. If each and every one of them will bring their zone, to electoral victory, where will Bola stand?
Right. Well, let me put it another way, since you don't want to share your strategy for unseating him. What is the one thing President Tinubu is doing today that you would immediately reverse if you became president?
Everything is wrong with President Tinubu.
So you'd basically...
So it's going to cancel everything that is good. The Lagos-Calabar Superhighway is dead. The NEL Fund is dead. The tax reform is dead. Everything is dead.
That guy is just dumb, honestly.
Oh, no, guy, hold on. So who was that? So sorry, we're coming towards the end of it. So that was Zeta. Good to have you, Zeta. So everything is dead if he becomes president. So everything gets cancelled, and then he starts a new set of programs. That's what he's just said.
Sweep everything aside.
Everything is wrong with President Tinubu. I mean, honestly, perhaps in my life, this is the worst administration I have seen.
Well, again, as I said, that's just a broad.
Yeah. I feel terribly disappointed.
Are there any specific things that you're disappointed with?
Well, I mean, you can say, okay, maybe we belong to the same age group. Perhaps the only experience he didn't have was he didn't have the federal experience like I had before him. But I thought he would do better than he is doing at the moment. Economically, otherwise, I feel disappointed.
Okay, well, let's take one thing that you mentioned there, which is the economy. Everyone agrees that Nigerians are facing severe economic hardship today. If you were in office tomorrow, what is the first decision you would take, let's say within 30 days, that would tangibly improve people's lives if you became president?
I believe security, law and order is basic. Whatever you want to achieve, if you don't have security, you don't have law and order, I don't think you can implement whatever policy, whether it is job creation, whether it is infrastructure development, whether it is healthcare, whatever. You must have a secure and stable.
Well, I think most people would agree with that. The question is, how would you have a stable and secure country if you were president?
Well, to tackle the issue of law and order, the issue of security, and there are many ways you can do that. I mean, it is not a topic that, you begin to discuss at this level. Security is a very fundamental and very sensitive issue. Let me remind you, Boko Haram started in 2002 when we were in office. And the president and I met and decided that we should put it down decisively. And we did. By the time we left, there was no Boko Haram. Boko Haram resurfaced after we left. So I think not that Nigeria doesn't have the capacity to do it, but it requires a leadership.
Right. Well, as I'm sure you know, for people to, I mean, you can't say, well, I'm going to deal with it decisively. That's not enough. If you're running for office, people are going to want to know what you're going to do specifically so that they can compare it to what is already being done and see who is the better bet.
First of all, I believe we don't have enough armed forces personnel, well-trained and well-equipped. We have not, even if we had invested so much money, then the money is being misapplied.
Oh, okay, so there's a universal consensus around that. We don't have enough security personnel for the size and population of that country. We don't have near enough. Nigeria talks about it all the time.
This is a Nigeria that used to perform credibly at international peacekeeping operations. Anywhere Nigerian troops or forces went to, whether they were military men or whether they were police, they came back with distinction. How come that we can't deal with internal insecurity? All what it requires is policies that should deal with that. And those policies involves more men to be trained, more equipment to be supplied, more welfare for these men or military people, and so on and so forth. And less of the corruption that is also available, even within the military itself.
Well, you mentioned the word corruption. Some people have corruption concerns about you, which leads to credibility concerns. At least that's the perception. And I'm sure you know that perception shapes trust. Why do you think a significant number of Nigerians still question your credibility? And what have you done to change that perception?
Well, my corruption perception only arose through allegations which were not proved.
Well, your former principal.
There are court judgments against this guy. In America, there are court judgments against this guy in terms of, there are people in jail even as a result of corruption. Yes.
In the first place, the man doesn't have command in English language. His English language is wrong.
Hold on. Just give it another 10 minutes. It's nearly to the end, and then we'll start with you, Zita.
Was one of the people who
but he had every opportunity.
Led the charge.
Yeah, he had every opportunity. He set up a panel under the former Attorney General, Bayo Ojo. Nuhri Baru was a member. El Rufai was a member. And they came to my office. They said, we have, the instructions of Mr. President to probe you. I said, but do you know I have a constitutional immunity? They said, yes. I said, okay, I have decided to waive the immunity. Probe me. And they probed me. What did they find? Nothing. Nothing.
So why does that perception persist? And why do you think
it's a political issue?
Your principal took it upon himself
It's a political issue.
Publicize it.
It's a political issue. Simple. I'm saying this for the first time in the public. And the president set up a panel to investigate his own vice president who has immunity.
Right. And but where does all your money come from? I mean, you're said to be a pretty wealthy man.
Before I went into politics, I was already in business. I was in oil and gas logistics. I was in agriculture. I was in a number of economic sectors of the country before I became. I virtually set up PDP. I virtually funded it Why was I not being accused of corruption that time?
Right. So
Does that answer the question? That doesn't. Atiku is one of the wealthiest people in Nigeria. And if you look at his journey through life, he started in the custom services, and then from the custom services, he transmorphed into politics, and then he's been in politics ever since. Yes, he has a history in business, but that history in business is shrouded in so much mystery, and the level of wealth that he commands. There's been money seized from Atiku in the United States linked to corruption, even his own boss. And I'm surprised that Charles didn't really push him. You are saying your boss accused you of being highly corrupt to the point of setting up a panel to investigate you. So why would he do that? What would be the basis for that, other than he has sufficient enough to see and say that you are corrupt?
you are a very wealthy man, aren't you?
I wouldn't say a very wealthy man. I'm comfortable.
I mean, do you have the kind of wherewithal to go up against the financial arsenal of President Tinubu and the incumbent APC administration?
I don't have, but the power of the people are there. I don't have.
But Nigeria, of course, as you know, is, I mean, you talked about funding the PDP and all the rest of it. Nigeria is a money bags democracy.
Well, I mean, you believe all the money bags are in APC now? You believe? There are some that are not in the APC. They don't have sympathy for APC because APC has even made the poorer.
Right. So you're not worried about
No, I'm not
the
worried.
financial muscle that you can muster.
No, I'm not worried. I'm not worried because they are using public money, and the public can take the money and do what they want.
Now, there was a time, Mr. Vice President, when restructuring was at the very heart of your political philosophy. You articulated it forcefully. You even published a detailed case for it that
I even have a book.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that many regarded as a blueprint for Nigeria's future. But then in recent years, the urgency seemed to have faded from your messaging, particularly in the 2023 campaign. So let me ask you this directly. Is restructuring still a core conviction for you, or has political reality forced you to quietly move on from it?
I have not changed my position on restructuring. I have not. It appears, political issues, have also a generational lifespan. Maybe Nigerians don't now feel that restructuring is no more important because of the challenges they are facing: insecurity, hunger, unemployment, corruption. All these things have now come, really to be the forefront, of what is worrying Nigerians or the challenges facing Nigerians. They have even forgotten about their freedoms. They have forgotten, about restructuring and so on and so forth.
Doesn't that intimidate you, the size, the colossal size of the problems, if you were to be president, that you'd have to inherit?
No, it doesn't intimidate me because I can identify competent people in this country who can help me overcome all those challenges.
And was it you who picked the people who drove the Obasanjo administration, the Obasanjo-Atiku administration?
I will not say solely, but mostly because President Obasanjo just was coming out from jail and I was not a politician, and I did most of the politicking.
Well, a lot of those people, in fairness, stand out. And they were people who had the capacity to take Nigeria from many years of rot under military rule to a completely different, what, as I said, some people call a golden era. So that suggests a knack for picking the right people.
I remember I visited the United States, Europe, to headhunt and interview Nigerians. The president graciously offered me that opportunity. I did, and I brought a number of them back and they proved themselves.
We're coming to the dying minutes of this very interesting conversation. And once again, thank you very much for coming in to talk to us about it. But what's your final message to the Nigerian people?
My final message to the Nigerian people is they should vote out APC if they want.
All right, we're not interested in any of that. But so that was Atiku Abubakar. A lot of things. So already the panel are assembled. We've got Ola in the house, of course. That's Ola right there. We've got Prince Daddy right there. We've got Hassan joining us from Maiduguri, I suspect. Thomas is in the house as well. You already heard from Zita, so you hear from Zita in a moment. Bishop joins us as well. So thank you for joining us, lady and gentlemen. So a whole raft of also said by Atiku Abubakar. I was trying to note down some of the things that struck me. Let me just yes, where is it? I was trying to note down some of the things that struck me. So the one thing that we do know, this will be Atiku's last attempt at the presidency. So come the February 2027, if Atiku is not declared the president, then he sails into the sunset. So that's the end of that. And then he told us he wants to institutionalize zoning, but amongst the 6 geospaces. So we heard that as well. He told us that he will support anybody that emerges, but that seems to be some sort of a ball chain around the ankles of the rest of them, because he's going to emerge and then they are obliged to support him. So he said that. And then he said what they are pushing for within the ADC is a consensus candidate. Of course, they concede to him, and then he gets to pick his deputy, either Obi or Amechi. And then one of the biggest things he said is that he will cancel everything that Tinubu has been doing. He will reverse everything. So that's that. And then if Atiku ever promises to serve for only one term, don't believe him. He told us that the North has an 8-year deficit in this 4th republic that we're in. So if there's an 8-year deficit and the constitution facilitates for him to fill in that deficit to achieve that equilibrium, so that then tells you that it takes that opportunity. So that was Atiku Abubakar. So the assembled, as I said, we started off with Zita, who was already ready to come in. So Zita, Floyd, we do about 5 minutes, so everybody speaks. So Zita, what did you make then of the former Waziri of Adamawa, who has been stripped of his title in Adamawa, now the Waziri of Abu Dhabi?
I don't even know how the man managed to get to where he is in life, but it is what it is. Number one, I've noticed something. I'm not a grammarian anyway, because I am not facing any public office where I have to speak so nicely and so well and make sure my laces and structure in English language is very correct. But for people like this, I think they should try as much as possible to get their tenses right. That is number one. Number two, Atiku, for me, I've always seen Atiku as a dumbo. He looks dumb, he sounds dumb most of the time. I don't, and these are the kind of statements they pass down to their supporters, making a bracket statement, a broad statement like everything is wrong. Everything is suffering. You don't do that now. That's not a point for anyone to run with. Again, I like the way the guy pushed that question. He pushed it several times. And he ended up not actually answering the question, because at a point, honestly, woman, to be honest with you, after that line, I wasn't listening to him again. Because the guy said one thing. Will you change? You found out he's not doing what you want to change. He's not saying. Then he cornered him again. And then he made a mention of the economy. The guy said, okay, let's work on the economy, since you said economy is not doing well. He left the economy and went into security. So this is the kind of character, behavior, ridiculous conversation and argument they pass down to their supporters. That's why when you are discussing with any of them, before you say they say something, you try to mash them on that. They move to another topic before you talk. They move to before you know it, they're all over the place. So, one man, actually, sincerely speaking, I don't really know a Nigerian who wants Atiku to be president. Let me say this. He has used a smaller party to contest before. I'm sure Nigerians never knew he contested. But when he came to a bigger party, he came out and made a name. I want to see. I'm really surprised that he wants to run. When I say this type of thing, people don't like me, but I'm going to say it anyway. What do I care? I'm surprised that he wants to run, and I'm not. I'm not happy that he wants to run. As I said before, I wanted this election to be between Obi and Tinubu, and I still stand on that. Let two of them go south, two south candidates. Since the Igbo said that they are Messiah, Igbos and the Edo people said their Messiah is Peter Obi. And the Tinubu has won before. So let's assume Nigerians say their own Messiah is Tinubu. Let all of them come out on the field and fight it out. But for Atiku is a one man. That guy, when he mentioned, anytime he says he come up to say he wants to be the president of Nigeria, I get irritated. But it is what it is. I shouldn't be wasting my time sitting down here to talk about Atiku. But
Well,
let me say this. Hey,
it's going to be the major opposition against Tinubu, so we have to talk about him.
you say what?
It's going to be the major opposition against Tinubu, so we have to talk about him. It'll be an
Why did
Atiku
you say
versus
he's
Tinubu
going to be the major opposition against Tinubu?
Because he's going to win the ADC ticket, and it's going to be ADC versus APC.
One man
Who
you
else?
see.
Who else will be there? It's not going to be Showore now. So
one man you see. This ridiculous conglomeration of criminals. They dance around, and we follow them to dance around. So all of a sudden, they don't break. APC and PDP are no longer the major parties in Nigeria. This ridiculous human beings has run to ADC. And all of a sudden, ADC is now a major opposition. Come on now. We shouldn't be doing this drama with them.
No, but okay, how does it work differently? Is it going to be PDP versus APC? What plays out in 2027? I said, how is it? I said, how does it work different? Is it going to be PDP versus APC in 2027?
Are you saying there will be no PDP candidate?
It doesn't matter. Now, PDP will put somebody, it'll be a space filler now. Who has a realistic chance of unseating Tinubu? Atiku, Peter Obi, that's it. And if Atiku gets that ticket, then it's Atiku versus No, forget the laughter now. Okay, name one other person. Who will PDP bring forward that will contend against Tinubu?
Excuse me. These are the names you know. And wait.
Come on, man.
Let me finish before I lose my thoughts. One man. These are the names we know. And anytime they come out, they become a competitor. Period. Anytime they come out in Nigeria, they become a competitor. And when they become a competitor, the votes are divided. In 10 years to come, if Atiku will come out again, you will still tell me the same thing. He's a competitor. And then when he is a competitor, he will get a vote. So you telling me that he's the only viable candidate to Tinubu? As long as I'm concerned, from the look of things today, Tinubu is running this election against himself.
Yes, but somebody has to compete against him, and that person is Atiku. There is nobody in the PDP, apart from Seyi Makinde, Even Bala Mohammed has left, so they have nothing to offer. Peter B is in the ADC. So outside of that, what are we looking at? Omoyele Sowore, Prince Adewale Adebayo. So the only competition is Atiku, nobody else.
Okay, if you say so. But as long as I'm concerned, no, I will continue saying it. You know, sometimes when I say something, people don't like from the angle I'm coming, but I don't really care. Atiku has never been a strong candidate. People might not like it when I say it, but I have said it. Atiku has never been a strong candidate. It has never been. And more especially, see, somebody, hello, can you people
We
still
can
hear
hear
me?
you. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Because this,
We cannot hear you, but Zita,
I
if you
can
can
hear her.
condense, yes, if you can condense it in 3 minutes so that we go through everybody quickly, and then
okay,
we'll open it up. Yeah.
okay, I won't even take up to 3 minutes. When a candidate come out, personally, I don't look at the party because most times the party is a very big boost. I look at the individual, how he handles and maneuver the thing. I've watched Atiku contest for election 3 times now. I'm not talking about primaries. I'm talking about coming out as a presidential candidate to contest for election. And from the way he behaved and the actions he took, I don't see him as a strong candidate.
Yeah, Zita,
Honestly,
let me give
sincere.
you a brain twist, and this applies to all panelists when they want to come in.
Huh?
When listen, it's a twister. Nobody is talking about it, but today, as we speak, the chairman of ADC is David Mack. Is a Northerner. Automatically, the presidential candidate of ADC cannot come from the north. That will be the south,
They've
right?
started again.
So you always use the juju word. Tell me, it's a twister. How do you think Atiku will manipulate that thing?
One man, another person can start speaking. I will speak.
You
I
want
will
to think
continue with
about it?
the next
Yeah.
topic. You see, when they do this kind of a thing, when they finish, they will come out and say that Tinubu doesn't want opposition. I don't get it.
It's an
Oh,
angle I look into, and I feel that nobody's talking about that.
Well, was that not the same thing that undermined him in PDP just as the last cycle when they tried to run that same scam? But we move it to Hassan only because he's in Nigeria and we're conscious of his sleep pattern. So Hassan, about 5 minutes, just because we're trying to get through everybody fairly quickly. I'm sure you've already watched the interview. We watched it together again. Does this enhance Atiku or reduces him by your perception?
Uh, well, good morning, everyone. I hope everybody is doing well. Well, one man, you see, uh, usually what these people are doing is the fact that all this that he is doing, they are not contesting these elections based on policy issues or the practicality of their ideas or how they are going to implement it, and going into the intricacies of what to do, what not to do, testing out scenarios and things like that. Obviously this is an emotional sentiment. You whip up sentiments and all that. I think it's telling the fact that he dodged all the pertinent questions about what is fundamentally different that he's going to do. I think that is the most significant part of all this. And this is not to say that Atiku is particularly different from the general crop of politicians that we usually produce in this country. Not to just put it on Atiku's table and say he is the devil and all that. This is a disturbing pattern that you can trace back. I mean, even the president himself, didn't actually give any, meaningful uh, policy discussions in Nigeria when he was running the last time. I believe now when the primaries is done and when they go to Chatham House, that is when we'll begin to see their policy direction. By then they would have gotten all these, you know, what do they call them? These people that come and represent all these your Western institutions, and they give them what will align with uh, the masters that be. It is very, very disheartening, to see that all that matters is emotions, sentiment, and all that in our political space. And if we cannot be able to elevate ourselves to a situation where that is not the case, then, well, what are we doing essentially? It's unfortunate, but if you look at it, it's all across the board. I don't think APC is anything different anyway. And if you look at the people in, well, what is even ADC? What is APC? They're just the same crop of people. There is no ideology. There is no, you know, the patriotic, inclination to ensure that good policies are sustained, bad ones are taken off the table, and there is no depth to discussion. Anytime we have an election, it's just that somebody will just. It is even in situations like this that Atiku, gets to even talk to Nigerians as if they are human beings when they come to this TV and interact with all these TV personalities and all that. Apart from that, now the next thing is somebody will climb a podium, will take a broom, and he will shout G G G. They'll say, hey, change. Or they'll take an umbrella and shout G G G, yeah, change. And that's all. They play music and that. Oh my God. This is where we are in this country. It's unfortunate that across the board, but as we move forward regarding Obi, Amechi, and I want to also say that what you said earlier, that Atiku is actually the most articulate of them all. It is true. I don't particularly believe that English language is any thing that you measure somebody's intelligence and all that. That is why I always give the president a slack, because no be our mother tongue, and we just dey manage the speaker. If we say make them Oyibo speak our own language, then they no fit they will talk through their nose, where they will start from. And the world is changing. Let's just see what is happening. But I believe this is the fundamentally flawed logic of politics in Nigeria that is not going to. There is no policy difference between what Tinubu and Atiku or Obi or whoever is going to emerge. Because if you remember in 2023, all of them were essentially, going to do the same thing. But then Tinubu got elected. And he is doing it. I don't think anything.
Hassan, we can't hear you. We lost you. We lost you, Hassan. Can anybody hear me? Anybody home? Hello? Hello? What happened?
Hey, Baba, I can hear you, Baba.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with one man and Hassan.
Anybody home apart from Prince Daddy? One man. Tommy. Zita. Bishop. Prince Daddy, are you still there?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. I'm not sure what's going on with these other people.
Strange.
Yeah, maybe it's still on. I can hear you.
The,
I can hear Hassan.
the commentariat, if you can hear me and Prince Daddy, please say yes. So we can go ahead and fill the gap. Okay. Yeah, okay. Tinkan and all the rest, they say they can hear us, Prince Daddy. So let's give it a roll. Go ahead, Prince Daddy. Take the floor.
Baba, you go ahead, please.
Okay. Thanks for the difference. Like I was saying, I will speak on the part of Atiku and the chairmanship. It's all 2023 playing out again. We all know definitely that the David Mark's chairmanship, I think, is a deception. A deception to lure Obi in the more into the party to the extent that he won't be able to run away again. Because if Atiku is running, like we all believe he would, then the chairmanship of the party cannot still remain in the north. It has to come to the south. It has to come to the south.
Baba, another Ayu must go, huh?
You say again?
I said another Ayu must go.
Yeah, exactly. But I think David Mark will not be obstinate like Ayu. David Mark will, I think that they've already sealed that. David Mark will step down naturally. But then who will emerge as the new chairman from the south?
It'll be Aregbesola now. Remember, David Mark is interim. His position is
exactly.
interim.
That's where that's the one I arrived at because there aren't much Southwesterners in ADC, and Aregbesola is the most senior so far we know, or it may go to South. And if you listen to Atiku properly, he promoted more Amechi than Obi. Because when he was talking about, I can't remember, he even referred to Amechi as a leader in the South. And I pinched myself, Amechi a leader in the South? How is that possible? Who will be in Amechi's corner in Cross River, in Rivers, in Akwa Ibom, Delta? Who will be on his side in Bayelsa? No, Amechi is not is a no factor in that regards. But he mentioned him. I think he's just preparing his mind in case Obi escape the nets they placed in his path. If he escapes, then of course Amechi will pick the VP ship tickets in this regard. But one thing I found out, or what the deductions are made from Atiku's interview, is that they have nothing to offer because in the last 3 days, Obi, Atiku, he told me, they've had the opportunity to articulate exactly what they are coming to do. But none of them have come forward with their full chest to say, this is what we are going to do. None of them. Because, I mean, how many months now? 9 months to the election, and we don't know what you are about, other than we want Tinubu to go. Go where? We made that mistake with Buhari in 2015. We want to repeat the same mistake again. Oh, Jonathan must go. We just don't want him. We are tired. And the same playbook you are using, you dust up and you're using now. And they even asked him about restructure. He said he's not interested in restructure, and which is at the heart of Nigeria today. He's talking about rotational presidency instead of restructure. That's where he pinned himself. That's the corner he pinned himself. That's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. We have to restructure the country. We have to restructure the country. But therein lies our salvation. If we have to remain as a unit, because this system is not working. Where monkey is walking and baboon is eating. No. Monkey deserve their bananas, full weight of their bananas, which they work for. So and this is where they will fail again and fail woefully. That's why I refer to them as gangsters. Because none of them has come out. If this one is not saying if they are bandits, or APCs, they are bandits, they are scammers, they are this, they are that. Too many things. Tell me, convince me that if we come from day one or the first 30 days, I'll put back the subsidy. I'll put back this. In fact, the electricity things I'm working on it already in advance. If I won, then within this so and so period, I will bring electricity at least to a functional as a functional utility, and I will improve on it before my first 4-year term. 3, tell me, the NEL fund, are you going to convert it into total, or you pardon the debt, or you raise the debt and make education free at all level, including the tertiary? You have to tell us that. The tax regime we are going into, or we are operating already, it's not fit for purpose. In fact, I will tear it up and will revert to the old order, or I will introduce new things. That's what we hear from stable democracies all over the world. But these people, the only sing song I hear is Tinubu must go. Tinubu must go. Tinubu must go. Tinubu is not good. Tinubu disappointed me. Is that I don't understand. So based on that, I will vote again. The way I voted for Buhari to come in, and I was tortured for 8 years. I mean, these are non-starters. They are just jokers. Honestly, I don't know why I don't know. Can anybody tell me what they are really up to? Because I don't understand.
Sorry about that.
Yes.
Atiku is, he's the last of the Mohicans. Atiku is, to me, look at his responses, the way he responds to the questions. He's an autopilot. Atiku has nothing to offer, and it's quite clear. I mean, what are you going to do differently from what Tinubu is doing right now? He had nothing to say but everything. Okay. Then he mentioned the economy. Okay, fine. What about the economy? I didn't think he had any serious response to it. Atiku just wants to become a president. He's an autopilot, just like when Buhari came after so many trials and he became the president. Same thing will happen to Atiku. There's nothing Nigeria will benefit from Atiku, right? If he became the president, it's just nothing's going to happen. So, is right now, I'm not sure. I mean, if Atiku allows somebody else to become the party leader, then something tells me that in 2031 is going to run again. And the question about, does it believe in rotation? Or, I mean, it's answered that question before. Last election actually did answer that question, maybe with even Charles. And his response was like, well, in the PDP party, they are still following their rotation parameters. So in other words, it's making a distinction between a national rotation and a party rotation, which is dubious and fraudulent, right? I mean, one would think the nation is above the party, but Atiku doesn't see it that way. It's just, it has nothing to offer. I mean, just like I said before, Atiku, I think, as a politician, is worse than Peter Obi. Thanks.
Yes, stranger thing yet to happen, because these people, Atiku, Obi, Amechi, and who else again in that reckoning, they are just deceiving one another. They are not sincere with Kwankwaso. They are all not sincere. They are just like Ikunde Rendeku. They are trying. I can see the obedient, the Tanko of this world going also on his own tandem, granting interviews, still pushing Obi forward. A kind of campaign. You understand? And I think Atiku is the one who must have done that. a preponderance of most of the Western nations, ambassadors and high commissioner, they were at their ADC, I'll call it, yes, illegal convention yesterday. And that, of course, is giving them hope that those people, it's just photo ops, as far as I'm concerned. They are not there to endorse you or anything. Their presence is just to witness what truly is going on. They write report to their nations. They are just representative. You invited them, and they showed up. If they don't show up, then that means you tag them as enemies, Tinubu supporters, and stuff like that. And you say, oh, I will, what did it, how did he frame it? Whoever emerges, I will support that person. And you didn't say, we talk about consensus. If it didn't work, you will go to direct primary, which, as one man said, is expensive. And they don't even have time for it. They don't have the apparatus to do a direct primary because it's like an election proper in itself. In the scope, in the entire scope, it's like an election in itself. I don't think they have the time, even if they have the money.
Yeah,
So they are in
but
big trouble. Yeah.
they're all politicians, and I mean they don't always get things right, of course, and they don't leave nothing to chance. So, Baba, who do you think is going to be emerging from their party? It must be known by now. It's nothing. Those whatever they play, the games they play right now, it's not real. They have people ready to go, and they just, of course, playing the game. Who do you think they've chosen to be the flag bearer of the party?
It's a no-brainer, or Prince Daddy. It's a no-brainer. It's Atiku. Look at even look at the Tambua, Dele Momodu, Dino Melaye, Aregbeshola. They are all Atiku's men. Even David Mack. They are all Atiku's men. Malami, El Rufai. They are all Atiku's men. I don't know what this my man from Agulu is doing there. They are all Atiku's men.
Remember, Baba, when he crossed over to that ADC, we said here that was the end of his political career.
Yeah, even Kenneth Okonkwo. Yeah, thank you,
I mean, he's more an Atiku man than an Obi man now. Okonkwo that is always mocking Obi all the time.
Zita says is juju. Maybe I'm beginning to lean on that. What is wrong with these people? Can't they wake up from their slumber? I want a real election. I want challenge. I want them to articulate what they have for us. We made a big mistake in 2015. We just rushed to judgment and we suffered for 8 years. The man was sick. He couldn't do anything. We have gangsters running Aso Rock. We don't know what was happening.
Yes, sir. Good evening. I'm very sorry for cutting.
No, yeah.
Don't you think they started late? That is the problem. I think that is the problem. Don't you think that? Thank you, sir.
Well,
Thomas, check your phone. Sorry, carry on, Baba.
Yeah.
I don't think they started late. They are confronting a political juggernaut who put a lot of impediments in their way. I don't know how they did it because we can't see their fingers on it, but they are crying. Something is pitching me. Something is who is poking me. This, that. They are crying, and I don't want to think they are just faking it. Somebody is messing them up and making them jump. So that, of course, delayed them. And they are now in a quagmire. Time is running out. There are lawsuits. And also they fashioned a weapon against themselves again yesterday by sacking Abejide and Gambo. is it Gambo or Gumbe, and sacking them, they will go to court again. So it's even likely ADC may not be on that ballot paper with any candidates. It's likely, because that move they made was a big mistake. Because when you are in a hole, stop digging. Stop digging. Because I don't understand.
When APC came to power, did they have any governor in position in any state?
I can't hear you well, Prince Daddy.
No,
So I was
you know that the APC was a conglomeration of was a coalition essentially. So they had a lot of PDP governors that crossed over, all those Sule Lamidos and people like that.
No,
You mean?
before they came to power, one man, before Buhari came to power the first time around, they had governors.
Yes, they had governors. The APC.
No, that was a proper coalition, because ACN has governors, the Southwest, plenty of them, and CPC, they have some.
And PDP also.
Abga, I think, what's his name now? Okorocha, and NNPP or so. They all have. They came with their own governor.
NNPP, that big, yes. Even they call themselves a Maja. They call themselves Maja. It makes sense. Maja makes sense because there are
that's a merger. Sorry, that's a proper word to use. They merged and collapsed their structures.
So that makes a lot of sense. I'll look for a point of comparison. And so this ADC party, I mean, what do they have on the national level? I mean, in terms of structure-wise, what do they truly have to compete against Tinubu?
If you ask me right now, nothing. Nothing. I would say nothing. And the coalition they put together, let's say they coalesce themselves bodily, not structurally, bodily, because they don't have any structure other than Obi having his obedience, which he's not in control of.
They don't have any offices. They don't have any presence Sorry, Baba. They don't have any presence in the 774 local government areas. They don't have personnel to man the polling booths, which they need 3 or 4 every polling booth. They don't have any offices in any of the states. They don't have anything. And these are all of the things they call structure. So all those things have to happen within the next 9 months.
Yeah. See my friend in the commentariat. Yes, I don't like Obi because he has nothing to offer. He's a dumb ass. You understand? I'm only just laughing at him with my statement. That what's he doing there? I don't have any pity for him because it's those who prepare pay party for him. He is always afraid to join the strategists. He rather is going with activists that they don't know nothing. They took over, the obedient took over and presented their candidate, railroaded Aregbesola and all the rest in ADC in the Abuja municipality election. And what happened? Their candidate lost. And the Atiku'S of that ADC were all laughing at them behind their back. And the activists in them came out and lampooning the election, which everybody has declared that it was a fair election. They had nothing. They played their hands badly. The obedient played their hand badly because they were so sure. Aisha Yusufu and Tanko were only God knows exactly what they put in their pockets. That's why the only senator they have, what's her name now, pocketed 100 million provided for her to aid that election. She didn't release it to the obedience, allegedly.
This guy right here is saying, then leave him alone. Every day will be. So this is
why should I leave him alone?
Yeah, Nick Law.
Is he not a politician? A politician that want to contest and rule a country where we all belong. I will talk about Obi morning, noon, and night.
Oh, all right. So this guy says, leave Obi alone. Every day Obi. His name is Nick Law. It says
it's the most foolish thing they say. Two things I hear, one man. Two things I hear. leave Obi alone, then what has Tinubu done? Nothing. He has done nothing. Then the third one, what have they done with the subsidy money? Dumb questions I hear from these people every now and then. Obi is a politician. I will talk about him morning, noon, and night.
All right. I don't think he was speaking especially to you. I think he's referencing the platform. He says, then leave Obi alone every day, Obi. So let me make this.
No, that I know he's referencing the platform. They all do it.
Yeah,
that's right.
Baba,
Yes,
Baba,
sorry.
1 second. Yeah. So let me make you a promise, Nick Lost. By the first week of June, you will never hear Obi mentioned on this platform again. First week of June. So hold that date, because there will be no reason to ever speak about him again. Also, carry on, but these people don't know what's going on now. They think it's
hold on 1 minute. First of June, what is going on first?
Because the primaries would have come and gone. The primaries would have come and gone, and Obi will not be able to move to another party. So Obi will be totally out of the ballot. Atiku will be the ticket bearer. Rotimi Amechi will be his deputy. Peter Obi will be left crying, and that's exactly what will happen.
But 1 minute, why do I feel that Atiku's looking for an escape route? I think he's trying to run away. I don't think he wants to continue this election, actually.
No, I think he does. But sorry, give your reasons now. Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, I was thinking. I don't think looking at it, they have right now. They have a non-structure in place, but I don't think he wants to spend the money. The only reason why anyone would select somebody like Okoa in the last election because of the money. He's got the Delta money, and I think at this age and time, I don't think he wants to spend his money. Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the reason why I don't think he wants to really run. If they can make a deal whereby OB, obviously it can be a VP, right? It can be a VP, so it has to be the president, the head of the ticket, right? And that's all he has. But if he can find a way to let go, because at this rate, I think it doesn't mind coming back in 2031 when it's supposed to be another affair. That's what I think on it.
Yes. Just on what you were mentioning there. What happened?
I can hear you.
No. Somebody just did something. I'm not sure who put
Bishop there.
Bishop on the big screen.
I don't know.
Who did that? I don't know. So although Bishop is a good person to be on the big screen, so why not? But who did that? Though? Was that me? All right. So I've been saying that Obi is not likely to be on the ballot, both as we know it's not going to be the main man, but it's not going to be on the deputy because, like you just said there, Prince Daddy, Atiku doesn't have. He doesn't want to deploy the funds. This is his 7th cycle, and he's hemorrhaged so much money towards this pursuit. Last time he used the fund from whichever state, was it Cross River State? He used that fund, Delta, but that's not available anymore. So the only money available now is Rotimi Amechi. Rotimi Amechi has a war chest. Peter Obi has no money. So if Atiku goes in, he will need somebody with money to run alongside him. And that person is Rotimi Amechi. Peter Obi offers nothing. Peter Obi doesn't even have numbers anymore. So he offers nothing to an Atiku ticket now, other than... And does Atiku even want to deal with the headache of screaming baboons everywhere? It's just going to cut him loose now. But we'll see anyway. It's just a few weeks now.
One man, there's a rumor going on yesterday that Obi is preparing to move to another party.
Can you name the party?
Yeah, he has to do that within a week.
Can you name the party?
Yes.
Thomas?
I don't know the party yet, but there is a
no,
no, seriously, just give us, because it's very important that we know. I mean, you cannot, because
that's what I heard. It's been on internet since yesterday. That is really trying to is shopping for parties
NDP,
now.
NDP.
Yeah. Is trying to move out of ADC.
Thomas, my brother, listen to me very carefully.
Who owns NDP?
They are waiting for him there.
I think it's the Southeasterners.
One man, can you give me 1 second? They are waiting for him there as well. Do you know he has to confront his demons? You must stand firm as a politician and fight your battle. You can't keep running. You have to. So if you go to that NDP or NDC, they start having issues there as well. You must stand firm as a politician. You must fight through. You can't keep running up and down. So if he
Yeah,
goes to
stand and
NDC or
fight.
NDC, they will just wait. Once he lands that party by next week, you start hearing about court cases again.
See, Obi could have done the I guess done the unthinkable, so to speak. Obi could have
You
taken the
can't
Labour
keep running
Party.
now, Prince. You cannot keep running every time
But
you have
Obi could
a
have taken
problem.
the Labour Party to a different level, to a point whereby people wouldn't even think that he inherited that party, or the power was just given to him. And he could have done something with the Labour Party, and that was his best chance he had with any party. But now, yeah, I don't see if he goes to a new party at this point in time.
Okay, so what's the difference between what he was facing in the Labour Party and what is happening in the ADC right now?
Oh, there's a big
What's the
difference.
difference?
And Peter B was a big dog. I mean, the Labour Party was essentially ascribed to Peter B, and that was it. All he had to do was show leadership and be strategic about the party.
Stand for something. Stand firm. You have the numbers. You have the people. Own the party. Overwhelm them with numbers. But you left.
Yeah. But
Now
we know he doesn't like to build things from the scratch. He doesn't have that skill to build from the scratch. And and to my point, the Labour Party would have been the best vehicle for Peter Obi because people really ascribe the Labour Party to Peter Obi. And, people don't know the background, how it came about that Pat Otumi, right, gave it to him, essentially. They could have held on to the Labour Party and built it up. But he couldn't even do that. It ran away.
The party name itself is a global brand. Labour Party represents the workers across the world. It's a brand on its own. Labour Party it's a brand. Everywhere in the world, when we have a Labour Party, it's for the working class. So it kind of works into your own brand anyways. So why leave that brand, that party name to go join NDC, NTA, or AIT? Why do that? I don't understand.
That is true, actually. That is true. It's a global
Labour Party
brand name.
anywhere in the world is for the working class and the poor.
And those are the people it
Exactly.
tends to talk about all the time. That's Peter B.
You see, the Anambra Guba election actually unraveled him. Because he went there and campaigned for the Guba candidate. He went there to campaign. He was in Anambra for over 1 week. And what was the result? He even lost his own polling unit. Amazing, you will say, wouldn't you? He lost his polling unit. So that's why I'm excited about this ADC thing, that, like one man said, come first week of June, he will have eggs all over his face.
Baba, I would not be surprised if Peter B does not even appear on the ballot.
One man has been saying that in the last 1 year.
How long have we been saying? How long have we been saying?
One man, you know what, you were right.
I thought one man was crazy when he was saying it.
Give us the permutation that places him. We know already that it's not going to be the front runner on any ticket. We know that already. We know it. So at least as Atiku already campaigning against Tinubu, telling us that he put the coalition together, telling us that he controls the north, the abundance of the ADC, they are northerners. So
he's even better than Kwankwanso. He said it.
It's better,
Baba, we know that. You know that. We all know that. But why didn't Peter B see that coming? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
It's looking for an off ramp. It can't find an off ramp.
Before joining the party, it was obvious that it wasn't.
I think he was conned into that position.
How can you be conned as a man that got 6 million? What are you saying now? You got 6 million. How you get conned like that?
This is what happened in the way I view it from my own mirror. I think Baba OBJ convinced him to use that platform that they can push Atiku away. So Atiku fought back, like you said. Atiku stood firm and fought back and be in front, and Obi was left hanging.
Daddy, don't you see the speech for Akpabio even mocking him? That somebody that got 6 million votes at the last election, he can't even stand on that 6 million votes and build up the Labour Party, and it's shopping around for another party. That guy is a dumb guy. He's just a dumb. That's
because
that's my
because he's
conclusion.
not in control of the obedient movement. I was thinking that he will be smart enough and registered the obedient movement as a political party. That
No,
would have been a formidable force.
no,
It will even enlarge the coast, the horizon of the obedient movement.
Baba, sorry to interrupt you, sir. So, Baba,
Yeah.
let's think about it for a second, sir. It was fighting Aburi and all these miscreants, the Babalawo looking guy in Labour. That was who we had to compare with.
Apapa.
Exactly, Lamidi and those. They were the problem. You left those ones to go and face Atiku and these juggernauts. I mean, come on now. Honestly.
I said, look, the day one man said it.
All right.
The day one man said it.
Remove Peter. Sorry, Baba. Remove Peter Obi from that narrative and paste Tinubu. Imagine Tinubu fighting the Babalawo.
Lamidi.
Imagine Tinubu will send the driver to go and pick him up, and he will say, Baba,
you spend your money, woman, you buy him out. You buy them out now. You buy them out. Like maybe kilo fair. What do you want? That's it. You just get rid of them. That's the way you play the game. Now.
He was in a unique position with his obedient movement. But that obedient movement, too, was an organic thing. He didn't plan it. It was a platform that just grew organically and happened on him. But if he were a politician with foresight, he would have seized the moment and be in control. But then when they started the obedient movement with their counter-cross politicking, abusing everybody to stupor, they told him, put your people on leash, control them, control their temperament. They should moderate their language. But he couldn't do it because he was not in charge. And that has alienated a lot of people, including me. Because you are supposed to be in control, but the dog is the one wagging the tail. I mean, the tail was the one wagging the dog. You are supposed to be in charge. Stand firm on a podium and call them. I mean, there are people, I see them all the time. I read about them when they say, oh, I'll call my followers to deal with you on their Instagram, all those things there where they go. They command their followers. You understand? They will unleash their followers, but you don't have that capacity.
Arabambi of all people.
Yeah, you missed the opportunity because the obedient movement, whether we like it or not, they delivered 6 million votes. And it cut across geopolitical zones. And he has lost at least a quarter of that. He has lost a quarter of that. And if he becomes a VP of Atiku, he will lose further quarter. And he will have halved it.
Baba, am I you know,
yeah.
That is why I trust some former governors of Ogun State. Eliminate son on party in Labour. I had to go missing. Don't buy do what is necessary as a leader. Is my point. I'm not advocating for violence, but do what is necessary. So my worry that when it goes to NDP, like Thomas said, it's going to have the same problem. How will it deal with that? I think he only has a month left, right? If I'm 1 month, is it 1 month? Or is it 9 days? I don't know how many days we have left to the closing window.
Just let's say 1.5 months.
He has a very short window. Yes.
Exactly. So when it goes to NDC and Tinubu hits him in another court case again, how will he react? He will leave again? So that's what he has to.
You know, we have to react to that Obi's interview because the story will not become. We are not tying out criticizing him for leaving the Labour Party. He said they set fire on the Labour Party. Did they want him to burn? So he had to make his escape. So that struck me. So if he becomes president and the senators start to set fire on him or an external body, so it was the most bizarre of statements that in the moment of trouble he cuts and run. That's what he said. Those were his words, not mine.
Yeah, he said that.
Oh God. So when trouble comes, you cut and run, and then when you become the president, my goodness me.
But
Look, one man.
But one man. My thing is, it doesn't have to. Is the point? That's why it's annoying. There was no reason to do it. There's no need. There's no need for it. Honestly.
Look, I don't like the way you understand. Already, I said it, and I'll say it again. He has agreed to be Atiku's running mate. But even as we speak, that position is no more certain for him. And that's where he runs into a kind of roadblock. Because Amechi is eyeing that. And if Amechi has people like Kwankwanso, the Dino Melais, the Okonkwo, Oye, and all of behind Amechi, and don't put it past him. Amechi has a lot of money to waste. The time Obi was governor.
Sorry, Baba.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was also to say the people in that ADC, they don't like Obi. Nobody likes him there. Rufai doesn't like him.
Not because they don't like the obedience. It's the crowd behind him they don't like.
I don't think they like him either.
Amechi
can't stand him. Sorry, Prince, carry on.
No. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. I was going to ask that question. Who's Obi's supporter? Even not just in the party, but nationally, a politician that's in his stature.
Himself.
I don't think exactly. So to your question that they don't like him, that's exactly to that point. It would be surprising. It would be surprising to me if Amechi gives up the VP position for Peter Obi in that party, because then the question would be, what has he been running up and down for? What is he trying to gain? That would be strange.
I mean, it's obvious. The man, he said, this is my last roll of the dice. That means after that, I'm 80 years, I'm not coming back again. You think that man will give up his ambition? He will not give up his ambition. He's not going to give up his ambition. I think the principal thing was like, Baba OBJ thought they could muzzle out Atiku and give Obi the platform. But Atiku refused. I think it was at the height of that fight that Mrs. Titi Atiku, Abubakar Atiku, came out and lampooned Baba OBJ in anger. You can see the angst coming out, smoking out of the woman, and lashed Baba OBJ that what has Atiku bought from you that he has not paid, that you're always after him. You remember that was the time Baba OBJ went to, was running around the generals. We visited Abubakar, the other one who ruled us and delivered the democracy, the Fourth Republic. He went to Babangida, he went to this, he went to that. He did some groundwork, but it didn't work. Atiku stood firm. Atiku fought back. That's what politicians do. To desire to rule us, nothing is given a la carte. Stand and fight. Stand firm and fight. Politics is a game. That is why people like us cannot be there. They fight with all things. We've heard of people who was on campaign trail, vying, and will stand and start sweating and diminishing and drop dead. We've heard of over and over again of people being poisoned, of many things happening to politicians. You must be ready. So if you are not ready for that, then don't come. Don't put yourself forward. The time he was governor, that time has gone by. This is a new era where the knives are sharper. The bullets are more than A. They are A+ bullets they use now. Because what he has just done, when one man was postulating the idea about 18 months ago that Obi may not run. I was like laughing that as he's taking,
I was laughing.
as
I'm
one
like,
man taking something.
yeah. The man is right for once. For once, is in his time and is right for once.
And it's looking like that now.
All right. Can everybody listening to us now, watching us, engaging with the session, can you do something? This is to the audience. Can you look at your devices and see if you're subscribed? If you're not already subscribed, please do. We are out every single day just to keep you abreast of what's going on in Nigerian politics. Your own participation is the subscription and the likes. We're after 20 new subscribers today. So if you check your device and you are not yet subscribed, then do us that favor and subscribe. So I don't think Bishop has spoken yet. Is Bishop with us fully?
You know, if he's awake, he will have come in on his own. You know, he will not just stand still.
Baba, sorry,
Yes.
back to Amici for a second. I've seen him move around the South. I mean, he has the elders there. You know, they want him to be president as well. He's been making moves. So, when do you think he's going to fully come out to declare his intentions, or when do you think they're going to pull the rug underneath Peter Obi and announce Amici as a vice president? Because I honestly don't think that they're going to announce Peter Obi as a vice president at this point. To I think one man's point, he made that like a few months ago as well. So when do you think the Amici card will be played against Peter Obi in the ADC?
I think Obi will play into their hands. I'm just laughing because I've never seen this kind of thing before. That's why when Zita just put it
at this point. Honestly, if you look at the landscape now, it's bleed anywhere.
Amici wants to be VP. Amici wants to be VP, and you know, is that money Amici got was free. Even the man who came before him spent on the night of that 2023 PDP thing where Tambuwal messed him up. He spent nothing less than $10 million within 24 hours. Cash. That's wicked. Cash. That's the kind of money those who rule that state have. Cash. About $10 million within 24. That's why do you think Wike is running around so mad like a rabid dog up till today? Over 3 years, it's like the wound is still fresh. Spent $10 million. So I make sure you have that kind of money to waste. That's why you say you'll be seeing him all around floating. When he was with Shehu Okinbaloye a couple of weeks back, he talked about zoning the presidency of ADC to the south. But if you watch him on the podium yesterday at their convention, he was no more talking about zoning. He was against zoning. So he's trying to edge Obi out so that he can be the vice president. And all Atiku needs is money. He wants somebody to bring in cash, hard cash. The obedience will not put their money down for Obi to give to Atiku. That's not going to happen. Hell no.
But Daddy, a quick question, please.
Yeah.
Why are these people rooting for Atiku? Why do I ask that? Amechi himself, in their heart of heart, they know that this is the turn of the South. So, but why is he still ruling? Why are they still ruling for Atiku? Why is he not pushing himself out as Amechi himself as a president?
You mean Obi?
Why going to the north?
You see, Obi has a very unique chance and opportunity to challenge for the presidency in 2031. Why do I have said this over and over on this platform? That if Atiku runs in 2027, and he has said it plainly that he's running because the North has 8 years deficit. He said it himself.
The northern turn. 2031 is northern turn.
2030, yes. Why I'm saying this?
I know B has
wait. It's northern turn. Well, now that it's southern turn, why is Atiku running? So if Atiku runs in a time that is for the southerner, Obi has a right to run in 2031 because all bets are off. The convention, whatever the firmament is written on paper or whatever in the air, it has been turned to shred.
Yeah,
To no
Baba,
more north-south divide.
Baba, is the Southerners that respect rotation. Remember, before Tinubu came about during Buhari's time, everybody went around and said it's all about competence. That they don't do that kind of thing. Whoever is qualified should run. I heard Erufai say that. So the North per se don't respect that rotation. I don't think they do, and that's why Atiku can run at any time during any election cycle. But the Southerners, trust me, come 2031, you will see that the Southern politician, including Obi himself, will relegate himself to the background and not push forward. That's just the way it works.
It's more of doing activism, you understand? He's 66. By 2031, he will just be around 71. Very ripe age. He should go for it and he should justify it articulately that there is no more convention, there is no north-south divide in the presidency. So I have the right to run. And if he plays his politics well, he may succeed because Atiku will not be in the frame that period. Atiku will be 84, 85.
And to Prince's point, sir, I don't think the North will, as that open-minded like we are in the South, to even vote for that. They will even entertain the idea of voting for somebody in the South in 31. I know when I think around like this past year, this past cycle, we got votes down south. I don't think that would be applicable up north if that happens in 31, where somebody from the south presents himself. So I think I agree with Prince on that. He has the right to run, to your point, sir, but I don't think the north is as open minded like we are to that possibility.
No, the guy will just go and waste his money and time.
Exactly. So,
even in the south, where will he, with the behavior of his obedience, where will he even get the vote from? Do you think the Southwesterner will vote for Obi in 2031 just because he's a Southerner? He has not, the bridge is supposed to.
He has burnt those bridges.
Yeah, exactly. So where is the coalition down south, anyways, to even give him that vote to even challenge the North?
Well, he can work towards it. He has 4 years gap.
Sorry, Baba. Sorry, Baba. Sorry, BT. Sorry, everyone. Let me bail out hand over to Thomas. Simba say as well. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Super Tata was Ayo, of course. Can you encourage people to continue to subscribe? If you can get 20 of them, it will tip us over a threshold.
Before you go, answer this question. Don't run away. Who will you pick out of this interview we just watched for Atiku? Will you prefer my articulation, asking the questions? Will you prefer Atiku to Obi or Obi to Atiku? Just answer that before you go.
No, I'll prefer in terms of anybody that can run Nigeria, I think Atiku is better than Obi. But in terms of who Tinubu can defeat, I think Obi will be better. I'll follow Zita on that one. That Obi will probably be easier.
And for your show, one man, for your show, you prefer Obi. For your program, you prefer Obi.
Yes, and for the something as well. And talking about prefer Obi, let me leave you with this clip. See if you can spot Peter Obi's wife in this clip. So the woman dishing out.
The woman with the green purse now spending the bill.
Yeah,
that's Margaret.
This wife. And they keep telling us how we detest Yoruba people so much. They
you
know. Spending bail by bail. Bail by bail.
That's more than shishi. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I think Baba has the floor. Yeah, continue, sir.
So I think workplace, all of them they've come. So they should have their voice. Bishop, are you
who want to go next?
Rabbi, listen.
Hey, Adewale Bawo, Alafia.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's a good
Yeah.
sir. Mo ṣe gbọ́
Young
yín lánàá
Gospel.
rárá. Mo ṣe gbọ́ yín
Yeah, of
lánàá.
course.
Am I
Good.
going escape? Am I going escape? But you went to.
One Piece is here too.
Okay, sorry.
And Bishop is still sleeping, I guess.
Dewale, Bami Bafayo ṣe will. Tell on Dale Kini.
But Fayoshe doesn't lie. He told us the 50
No,
billion, didn't he?
it
Fayoshe
doesn't
told us
matter
50
that.
billion. And we
Yeah.
heard that it's not 50, it's 30. At least a lot of money. He said it. So Fayoshe is not lying. He has visited the Olubadon. In his,
Every time.
no,
But
it's
that guy,
Makinde they want to damage. Makinde they want to damage.
Makinde self get mind o. You wan remove Olubadan.
And, Arifin, what kind of thing is that?
Ah,
I saw him
that's
today. I was looking at his eyes. That are you normal to remove Olubadon? Tí Olúbàdàn bá wọ níkà, ó mọ bàbá ńlá ẹni tó ń jù lọ. From where to where?
this guy will give some
Ó gọ̀, kò láyà, ó gọ̀.
government office one day.
Some people are even turning down the Obashiba. On our way, our man they only go for our man do need you. I want job. I want fair ideal. They're even turning it down that bad. I want fair.
No, you see, I mean, people, a lot of people are turning it down now. They'll say, no, just pick whoever you want to pick. I'm not going to be subservient under one stupid government that has just a one tenure of 4 years. And then I will be kowtowed to, I mean, for what? Everybody of all king. Oh, wow. Baba, you were talking about Atiku earlier. Have you guys ever take a moment to look back? What is it that the northern part of the country do not see in Atiku, but we in the southern part of the country sees him now? This guy has always been rejected right from the one he has been in government. Even the fact that he became the vice president was by luck because of his affiliation to Yaradua. But if you look at it, every effort he has made by himself to be at the top of the hierarchy of power in this country has always been resolved by his own people. I mean, this guy was recently suspended by the ADC chapter in Adam. Is he an Adamawa? Yeah, that is how useless he is politically. If you cannot control the narrative in your own backyard, and you are telling us nationally that we should look at your direction, that tells me he's not a serious person. Yes, you may have the money, and because of your position and power in the past, you still control some little power. But who can
See,
suspend Jagaban in Lagos? Tell me, who can suspend
let me just
Jagaban?
add, Adewale, see, what we call him, Atiku needs is he needs a Tinubu like Tinubu was to Buhari, right? Atiku will never become a president. No, Buhari, if it was not for Tinubu, Buhari also would never have been a president, and that's just the bottom line.
Is that
And
not
there's
what he's
nobody.
looking for? Prince Adi, is that not what he's looking for in Obi? By bringing Obi in.
That means not a serious man. Can you really find that in Obi? Really? Is it Obi is the kind of a trusted character
He thinks Obi can bring the Eastern Bloc for him now. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I see your point, but it's just beyond that. It needs just more than. Well, not all the obedience is going to be excited to vote for Atiku as the person at the top of the ticket, right? I don't think so because Atiku. You remember he had the obedient. Yeah, they did very well as a unit, right? As a movement, they had support from the Southwest, also the Yoruba supported them, and
Let me
people
tell
across the
you guys,
country.
let me say this, Prince Adi. Don't be surprised if Obi gets the vice presidency ticket. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
The obedience, they will vote for the ticket. They will vote for Atiku Obi ticket. Take it from me.
Not all of them.
You know,
The
No,
party,
that's what I'm
his
saying.
followers will
Baba,
be
but
depleted.
He's not
let
going
me
to get
say
that
this.
the coalition that he had before. They had
He might
with
not
some good
get
stretch.
the 6 million Obi will get as presidential candidate. But I can reassure you that what you will lose out of that 6 million might not be more than 1 million. Let me tell you, Nigerians, let me tell you, the way people are reasoning rationally, Nigerians don't reason like that. Nigerians, we have this hate in us. That hatred, it becloud our sense of reasoning, our sense of judgment. Nigeria, and that is why we take decision in a hurry that we always regret. So if Nigerians don't look at policy, they don't look at it just hate. Oh, we don't like this person. Go. Whatever you are doing, they will be blind to it. So those people should not just say, okay, if Obi didn't get the ticket, if he give provide presidency, they will still vote for him. Take it from me.
I don't. I think what the why I'm saying that he will lose most of his
They might
followership.
not win. Oh, they might not win the election.
Yeah,
No, I'm not saying they are going to win the election. No, but they are going to put a serious threat to Tinubu.
yeah. What I'm saying is that look, the factor of the people in ADC, the El Rufai, the Malamins, they've offended some principled people who are obedient and will never,
Who
never.
are those people? Who are the principal people in the obedience? Just tell us. Mention them.
The north south, the non southeastern obedience.
Odekalu has come out to talk about it. That if Obi doesn't have that ticket as the lead ticket, he will never, never vote for that ticket. In fact, he doesn't want anything to do with Obi. Professor Nwokobia,
How many votes? How many votes
they
can
have
Lodi
their
can
own, they
control?
have their own followers, they have people they listen to. They are not bunch of idiots. They think those are the strategies I talk about that Obi is running away from because they are telling him the truth and he's running away from them. If rather is following the activists who are ruled by their emotions. So it's about activism. But then the bulwark of the obedient movement are the strategies. They started the obedient movement. They did all the fundraisers. They provided the money. So that is the question. That's why I've been told this over about 2 years ago. In fact, when I first heard it, I was like, are you serious? The obedience are there for the taking. I didn't believe it. But then it unraveled since in the last 6 months. Who wants to
Baba.
yes, sir.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but you can continue
No, no,
what
no,
you're saying.
no,
I just
no.
want
Go ahead. Go ahead.
the
You see,
yes, sir. The reason why obedience seems to be at home with ADC right now is because their principal is also a participant in ADC. If you, I don't know how present you are online, Simba, especially on Twitter and others. There are a lot of obedience online saying that if Obi did not get that ticket, they will rather put their vote on Tinubu's table rather than wasting it on another now, because they know for a fact that a vice president does not even have any constitutional role, but just uh, a ceremonial, part of government official. However, and there are some of those who have no idea of what vice president does or what president does, and they will vote for become what may. But the percentage of those people ranting online and saying all those things, if you kind of like look at it in a discerning way, you could tell that look, there are some people that are actually they've done away with their support with Obi. Yes, Obi may not get that 6 million. That is if he emerges as the flag bearer of ADC. But some significant number of his followers will rather put their vote down on a southerner than having a northerner becoming the governor after just 4 years after Buhari's tenure. So
I
the
don't.
reason why
Do you think?
ADC is
Hold
cutting
on.
him now
Do
is
you think
because
the
of that.
core? Do you think the core obedience truly believe in that? They care about that
Like I
voting
said,
now.
there are certain percentage of obedience that actually, voicing that online saying that if he doesn't emerge as the candidate, they would not vote for whoever is coming out from ADC, and they would rather vote for Tinubu. Some people say they're going to sit it out, but
See, I don't listen. We have to on this
but
panel.
majority of those who come from the southeast are the ones saying that they're going to vote for him
Hmm.
regardless.
Okay, there you go. That's my point. Yeah, that's my point.
Right. So
And to the point earlier, see, Obese coalition. Remember, the Muslim ticket played a big deal in the last election, and so therefore, Obi got some people voted for Obi because he was a Christian. There's no doubt about that. Those voting bloc, I don't think is going to emanate in this coming election. That's part of this coalition that's going to go away, I believe.
right, right, right. I mean, that narrative of Muslim thing is no longer going to work this time around because the Tinubu administration have completely debunked the rumor and everything that they. I'm even surprised that they are not saying that it's the one sponsoring all this banditry and all that because they were almost going to that narrative when that uh, Muslim thing was first driving there.
You see, the
But
deciding factor, the region that will decide that vote is the North Central. Is the North Central. And the North Central, their eyes are open. They even
right,
asked Atiku about that question. You understand? And he said there is no time that the North Central have not been made to do belt and being independent. I mean, he has come to the full realization that the North Central is gone, is out of their grasp. Because if you look at, they've never had it so good like they have it under this
not
Ashwaju.
all of them, Baba,
You
not all
mean
of them.
not Central? Which of the states? Because
Plato,
if you look at Kogi, look at Kwara, look at Niger, look at Nasarawa, look at
Yeah.
Benue, and then Plateau. Even that man, the man who started the Christian genocide thing and which America bought into, that Reverend Dachomo, is a
Hmm.
Tinubu supporter now. And that
Yeah,
surprised me.
and to that
You
point, that's
understand?
why the
So
next
it's about
election, let's go to the north.
religion.
Sure,
They
Bobby.
are, and
Sure,
they
Bobby.
know that. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry, not you. I was sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Sorry
Bobby.
about that.
Yeah, hold
You
on.
understand?
To the point,
It,
Baba, to the point
yeah.
for the next election going to the north in 2031. It's not about if it's going to go to the northern part. It's about what part of the north the next president is going to come from if it goes to the north. So to your point about a strong north center, that's going to play a big factor in how the northern candidate would emerge.
Yeah, because presently, secretary to the government is from that zone, the army chief from that zone, the NMPC group managing director from that zone, APC chairman from that zone, the INEC chairman from that zone. That zone has become so powerful, and many more positions they've given them. They've never had it so good. You think they want to trade all that off for any other thing? They don't want. They've tasted power, and the people as the killing has opened their eyes more because why are they coming to their region and decimating them? So they have their angst have built up so much that they are ready for them. Even Atiku in that interview, when they asked him, it was like he's giving up on the North Central. He's giving up on the North Central. North Central will not vote. If Achiwaju will win that North Central fully. And the Southeast, if Obi partners Atiku as the VP, then the Southeast he will not enjoy that 90% he enjoyed the last time. It's not going to happen.
But
But
that
yeah.
we Tinubu doesn't even need the Southeast to win the election.
No, he doesn't need, but he wants to make a point. And that's why he
And
have his
that's what
men
I'm
in
going to say.
place. He
He
just
wants to
wants to
make a
make a
point.
statement, a point.
Yes,
And it's about money.
capturing the
Let's
last.
let
He
let
wants
me
to
just
capture
speak.
the last
Let me
election.
let me speak it. It's about money, and they have loads of it. The governors, they have loads of it to dispense. At least they will get 25%. At least they will get
Baba,
25%.
they will vote for him this time around.
I
Vote
don't
for
even,
who?
yeah,
They will.
the people are there to prove their point to Ashwaju, but I'm moderating my belief by saying, okay, at least 25%. I'm moderating my
Ojutila,
belief.
Ojutila, Baba, Ojutila.
Adewale.
Yes, sir.
So, what makes you believe that Tinubu can't lose 2027?
The
There's a
quality of
Yoruba
the
proverb.
opposition, if I may help him start.
Thank you, Baba. The funniest thing is that there's a Yoruba adage that saying, "Ta fogulo gungba." He was never even in power. Uh,
What the heck? What the heck? What the
you
heck?
know,
Because this one
eh,
that Adewale is bringing now, I don't know.
and we all know, you and I both know, it's only death and God that will take that presidency out of Tinubu's hand. I can assure you that. And the reason why is because one, it's not desperate. He has his mercenaries, not mercenaries working everywhere. His tentacle. What do you think ADC are crying everywhere in the media that is destroying their party? In my head, I was even thinking, what stops you from planting your own mercenaries in APC as well? Money for money, attacker for attacker. Let's see how it works out. They couldn't.
But,
That's why they
but
are going to. In fact, if what do you know what it would take for Atiku to go to a Rice television studio? This is like a godfather saying, "I'm coming."
Adewale,
That means that's a Jodori Koko.
Adewale, why do you think people are still following Atiku? Because I
Between
watched that.
now and
Hold
between
on.
now, okay,
I'm interviewing you. I
okay.
listened to that article, and that is interview was a
Yeah,
catastrophe.
I put it
So,
to you. I put it to you,
so,
Adewale.
so why are people still running after him? Because when they ask him about he made a blunder. You understand? He said that Tinubu has cornered all the institution that is for check and balance. Uh, isn't that a surprise to you that that will be coming from a person like Atiku? Because if people know the history, when his boss accused him of giving his senator $5,000, per senator to influence the removal of Ewerem, I think
And
everybody
whatever.
is aware. You
Right.
understand? So, if it was true that Atiku bribed everybody, every senator $5,000, right, to remove Ewerem, so. And this guy came online and said, Tinubu has cornered all the institution that can be used for check and balance. So what will you say about that? Because I'm shocked.
Whatever it is that you say that will make the public or the voters have a change of mind. He has it. Well, Atiku's money is not going to be spent in this election. One, he, the fact that is I'm also as surprised as you are, Ola, but the thing is that whatever it is that you say that will make the public change their heart and say, well, this man has been in, the last time he was in power was in 2007. And since then, he has not been in power. So, meanwhile, all those people that he mentioned to be the check and balance, I don't know if he's talking about INEC or court or I don't know, or judiciary.
Baba brought up, I brought up the name Amici earlier as being a possible vice president candidate to Atiku because it's a money bag. He has more to offer Atiku, like Okowa did in the last elections. So do you think Atiku is the most likely to pick uh,
100%.
Dan Obi?
No.
On,
Was Adelaja asking whether Atiku will pick a ADC ticket?
on,
Like,
No,
100%.
no. Let me ask you guys. Let me ask you this guy, you guys this question. Who has been the financier of that party since the inception of that
The
individual
Atiku
of that party?
faction. The Atiku
The
See,
factor.
Atiku has not funded the party now.
Even in terms of the officials of the party,
Simba,
Obi
Simba,
doesn't have much to say.
Simba, the obedient one where Atiku will be a statesman and he will step down for Obi for love of country.
So
That's the
no, Adelaja, didn't you see what article say? You understand? Anybody that can
no,
diagnose that statement,
I
maybe I can't
know,
read English.
I
He
know,
said,
but
he said he will step that
Oladipo,
he will step aside for
that is
any
really,
winner
yeah. After you win,
right.
after he contest.
you did catch that. if, if you win, I will stay down for you. Like you have a choice. You already won now, so you have to stay down for me now because you already won.
I mean, look at the composition of the official of that party. Which of them belongs to obedient faction? Tell me which
I
one.
know, but they were I brought up Amechi because they need money, and Obi
Well,
does not
unless he
have,
has the money.
but Obi does not have the resources to finance
Up
it.
to today, they don't have any state government on their
Exactly.
side.
So
You know,
who is it most likely to pick then?
you
Amechi
see,
or
this is how you know that. This is how you know that they can't win. How on earth, of all places, they couldn't find a place but one hell of a venue. That place was hot as hell, and they could not afford to get a place, even if it's open secondary school. Just go and put canopy somewhere
they
instead
blame
of just putting.
they blame Wiki now. They say Wiki was the one
Yeah.
that blocked the event.
So you see, this is how to know that they're on serious bunch. If at
Na, na,
all,
na,
what happens to the open ground? One secondary school in one of the favorable states. There's no other favorite state because they don't have any governor that can allow them to use their state. So it's just, I beg, that's why
now
that man is not.
the thing for me is that they didn't push article very well. You understand? Now they ask him what. Okay, they try to push him on what Tinubu is doing that article will have changed. No response, but the most funny thing is when they ask him on that insecurity. It's like I didn't believe what I hear. You understand? When he
Even
said
restructure, he didn't answer that question.
he didn't answer that question exactly.
Well,
So
I don't know if you heard me earlier. Atiku is an autopilot. Come on, Atiku has nothing to offer. The guy
But
is
yeah,
is an
these things
autopilot.
that you are
I
discussing,
don't. I'm not sure
President,
exactly what you wanted to say.
does it really matter to Nigerian electorate? Does it really matter?
that's what we want to change, Dr. Simba. That is what we are trying to
They
push.
can,
You know,
Nigerians are not mature to that level. The voters are not mature to that level.
but
But you can't deny
in
that the level of our
2015,
Of this
in
agenda he
2015
had.
there were not
Simba,
we didn't have enough voices just to counter. It was like more than 80% of Nigerians wanted Buhari. You understand?
uh,
But as much as you can counter all these kind of narratives, all these guys they are coming, they are not bringing anything.
you
Just
know the
imagine
funny.
Article said they stopped Boko Haram. Boko Haram that was a still gestation period that are nothing serious other than one attack on is it
They
police
should have,
formation that they stopped. You
Charles should
understand?
have asked him, how did the Boko Haram come to be? Did you hear what Akpabio said? Akpabio said, just wait after election, you will see all these banditry stop. I mean, think of it. 2 years into this administration, there was nothing called bandit. It was just pocket of terrorism here and there, and it wasn't that much. But the whole thing intensified a year ago. If you guys pay
Adewale,
attention, 2 years ago
Ade-
into the internal of this administration,
I
the
listened
terrorism.
to General the chief the defense minister said the same thing, but I have a very sad opinion that
About what?
terrorism in Nigeria is not going
No, the
it's not going
tempo
away
increases shortly towards the
very fast.
political cycle. That was what happened. A year after or two, there was nothing like that. Really, the level of presence was not that much. But then everything started, escalated to the point where it's now being used as a narrative of inefficient or ineffective administration. And if you look at it, there's international dynamic to it. There's a local dynamic to it. It's a lot of factors. the state that was bombed recently that by Nigeria Air Force that they said it was what do you call it, collateral damage or whatever.
Civilian, and that's of
And
course go through based on
and
General Musa.
testimony I've read online says that that particular place, that particular market or whatever, that was a hub of every terrorist coming in for commerce purposes and all that. So, and then you have innocent people, becoming a collateral damage for that incident. And look at it, government is
No,
being
no.
blamed for everything.
You know what I heard from General Musa? Before that time, he was saying this, that if you are giving moral support or any support, whether you speak in support of Boko Haram, that you too, you are Boko Haram, we are an accomplice. So now, he now said that those people that were going to that market, that they know that it's greed, that they were just giving like kind of moral support. So that if they ask the local people there, it's a different story when you ask the local people. What the local people will tell you is different from what you hear on the media. That the media is more of politicizing. Why the real issue is these guys, the military, they are ready to take down both the real operator of Boko Haram and those supporters. If you are supplying them fuel because of greed, if you are supplying them food because of greed, even if you are civilian, you are likely to go down with that Boko Haram people because you are one of the reasons those guys are still surviving. And one of the plan is to stifle them of logistic support, food, and other things. But anyway, maybe so I wanted to ask a question, but so that the thing will not change the topic, I will ask Dr. Simba later
Ola,
because
do you hear what the governor of the state, that state, Borno State said? He said that market has been closed. So why are they
exactly,
still operating it?
He said for
exactly,
5 years ago, they closed that market. That's Zulu.
exactly, exactly. So politicians and all these international organizations, they just jump at it. And honestly, I wish Nigeria can make a good
Somebody
sample
is
of one
supplying
of
them the
those
ammunition.
international.
Somebody is supplying them weapons. Somebody,
There was
some.
there was a time that the Red Cross were even they were even fingered in wrongdoing,
Right,
giving this to do some
right,
kind of logistic support. Red Cross for that
right.
matter. So it's unfortunate. Although I'm hearing something now about anyway, Dr. Simba is like your doctor, one of the regional doctor. This thing raised an alert that doctors now are now the soft target for Boko Haram now again. Have you heard of that?
Why? Why should they be shocked?
So now they are looking for people to be taking care of their wounded members. You know. Now, what led to this type of information was that someone was analyzing that when people talk of collateral damage, he said, look at the situation that that normally
Hello?
during. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Now that normally during the war, nobody target hospital, nobody target all those areas, but especially that market. But when that market hospital now becomes the safe haven for terrorists, that is why some people in the world they will not even mind targeting hospital. You understand? So I
Is
think
it possible that, Ola, is it possible that they, even now, one of their strategies to be using civilians as a shield?
that's what they want. That's why they want to start kidnapping. According to the intelligence report now. Go and read it online now. The doctor in that
They've
analysis said
always that has always been done in
they be
counterterrorism
targeting
anywhere
doctor now.
worldwide.
I know they are too. So go ahead,
Terrorists
Dewali.
always terrorists always use civilian as a shield. Primarily kids, uh, women. They always do that, and it becomes very very difficult for counterterrorism. It's become a challenge because one, you want to limit the number of casualties, especially when it comes to people that are vulnerable, the kids. That has always been their modus operandi and makes it even more challenging. But you cannot say because of maybe one or two or three identified terrorists, you are going to blow the entire community. That can never be. So you have to look at the alternative that you have. Now, what the Nigerian Air Force did was to look at it from the fact that what Ola just said about using the community as a shield, and they want to say, you know what? General Musa said, if you enable it one way or the other, number one, you are not just enabling, you are also an accomplice because you are helping them to sustain their actions, what they are doing, their operations. So you too, you are not just a collateral damage this time around, you are not a victim. You are a participant. But how many people that fell victim to that operation can we say they were also an enabler? Some are innocently, because in your community where you belong to, can you imagine you don't have access to your community? You can't go home, you can't go to your ancestral land. But a glimpse of opportunity now showed up, you decided to show up, and then the next thing you know is bombing, a bomb landing on your forehead. Can we say
Yeah,
also that
are you saying those people in that community, some are really innocent? How do you want to prove that?
that statement from the chief of defense, minister of defense,
Minister of Defense.
is like a statement that should not have been used, like generalizing that everybody that actually gets victim there are actually the victim. Typically, see, like I said earlier, is with the most challenging part of counterterrorism, especially when it's happening domestically, is the fact that you are fighting your kinsmen, you are fighting your fellow Nigerian, you're not fighting the Nigerian or Chad or whatever. You're fighting people who can tomorrow can say, you know what, I'm a Nigerian. But how do you identify those who also enabling these people? So the fact that that location is being used as a ground, for combating and all that
No, no,
cannot be used.
let me ask you, Adewale, why should
Yeah.
you, as a Nigerian, go to a market that they know that this market is for terrorists, and they said people should not go there, and you are still going there? So what are you trying to do? So if you are
Okay.
caught up in that kind of thing, you still say it's a Nigerian? He's an enemy of
Okay.
the country.
Right. But here's another angle, from this. You know, Sometimes it's easier to say, well, these people should not go to this place, people should not go to that place. But when you are deprived of having access to where you've always known all your life, remember, some people, farming is their trade. What they do is just go to farm. And at the end of the day, you are being asked not to go to that location to farm. You have other things that you can pick up there, and there you can. You see, it's easier said than done.
Let me ask
But
you, if those people, because I don't even understand the reason that you are giving now. If they go to that market now and they are kidnapped, what are they going to say?
most of the people that you think they are going to be kidnapped, those are not the people the terrorists target because one, they have nobody to bail them out. They have no use, they have no value to the terrorists. The terrorists target the people that are of
So
value,
all those
people of
people that they
means.
are kidnapping in the village, you don't even know what is going on. Do you know what they go to
Uh,
the extent of even asking them to bring ordinary Okada? So what are you
Adewale,
saying? There's
The,
nobody that
the,
doesn't have a ransom value.
the,
Adewale,
ter- the
I
terrorists
think
believe me.
you are not getting what Minister of Defense is saying. See, if you look at the trend, if for one that anybody giving support, whether by verbal or materials, logistic to to terrorists, you understand? He's a terrorist. They are the same. Now, whether you want to, I don't know how you want to absorb these people because they are making the war difficult to win because you have to look at the larger community. Now, where you have about 10 million people and you have like about some greedy few like 100 people now sabotaging you and you need to eliminate those people creating problem for others. I wanted to send a picture to to Prince Daddy. I know that Prince Daddy was going to fight me. If you see what they did to those 25 people kidnapped from Jos, oh my goodness! If you see that video, please don't watch, because you are not going to remain balanced for the next 1 month. Please, when they give that in the viewer discretion, please don't watch. Don't watch at all. Now you are seeing situation like that, and now the military track these people down to the place just for about 5 or 6 people now that are greedy now find themselves in that place, and you are calling them innocent. You understand? The information about whatever is happening in that country has spread over years. So if you still find yourself around that place, they claim something that you can never be ignorant of law, even if this one is not law. You are sabotaging. You understand? You are sabotaging. I know it's an unfortunate event, but you see, sometimes countries take collateral damage. Just to put things right. The only prayer is that may we not be part of that collateral damage. That's just a prayer. And as you pray too, you should not intentionally put yourself in a position whereby you are going to be part of that collateral damage. So to me, we keep saying that then.
Calling Simbani, yeah, call phone free service.
Ola, so those people in the hospital with their limbs cut off, are you saying they are all participants, they are all enabler, they are all?
The governor said they've closed that market, and there's
But
now. No, you are saying we know. If the governor said we close that market, they automatically that's a law. Whether it's a
just saying wait, just saying that you closed. To enforce that, so you can't just make a pronouncement without enforcement. Did they ensure that place was actually closed?
The market that they said was closed. Did the government provide alternative?
And you can't just announce. Just announce. Oh, we are closed this market. To how can they provide as they can? Where else to go? Did they enforce?
If they have those source of livelihood, they would, one way or the other, they will circumvent that law or directive from the government.
I don't know what life.
For them to survive.
No.
But I'm saying is this: not every single soul in that hospital bed are also.
Adelaja, you are saying you don't know why
I'm not Adelaja. How are you calling me Adelaja?
Oh, that's Babati. Now, look at it this way. You are calling those people that took the leg to the market that pronounced closed down. And they are now saying your activities is creating problem. They took 25 people and slaughtered them with knife. Now, when they do such kind of thing, you now see members of some community too. You understand that you don't care about how terrorists are eliminating your people, but you still say just because of some kind of hardship, you are still going to that particular market to give them support. There's no way when it comes to things like this. There's no way you will say those.
When you say give support, what do you mean by give support?
Okay, give support simply means that you know that market is where terrorists come to. You go to your farm, you bring your cassava, you bring your plantain, you bring your food. You went to the market to sell just because you are going to get more money. That's supporting. You are seeing it as life.
But they're hearing
harvest is not a product for the terrorists to be buying food now. He's selling food to terrorists. Is he not eating and beating them?
But
so there's no other market where you can sell those goods.
Hey, yeah. Majority of those people, some of them, their source of livelihood depends on that market being open.
I would have preferred that to come and talk about that, because we are not there. But if what I listening, if what I heard from General Musa was correct,
General Musa doesn't go to that market. He also relied on whatever information is being provided to him. And some of those information.
Let me ask you, Adewale. So if you are the one, you will still be patronizing that market, after they said that you should not go there, that it's a den for Boko Haram, you will still be going there just because you want to eat.
Here's the thing: because federal government designated location as a den of terrorists doesn't mean that the locals in those areas will still not transact, transact business among each other. Now, is it possible that they know some of those people involved in terrorism? Perhaps yes, but not everybody that is in that hospital bed a participant. That is what I'm trying to highlight for you guys. And that
Le-
becomes a challenge for the government operative to know who is who. If not because we have a failed system, a failed policing system that when it comes to um, intelligence gathering, our system is number one, terrible. Ideally, they would have used people to infiltrate those people and identify those who are actually the principal actors. But with, I don't know. It's kind of complicated in a way. Maybe because federal government knows and they decided they're not going to use that practice to gather information.
Adewale,
Maybe I don't know.
Adewale, if we are going to win this war, you understand, the citizen will have to do more. Let me tell you the
Right.
implication of how we are castigating this military. You understand? How will you feel, Adewale, if you were supposed to be the captain of that aircraft that went on a mission? You did your job based on intelligence, and just for someone to now come and be telling you what to do to make you feel guilty. See, this is the time I think we need to encourage our military instead of joining some group that want to bring them down. You said something there now. Were you surprised now when they say Red Cross were actually providing medical treatment to bandits and other providing supplies? Nobody is even talking. But
No,
everyone is looking for a way to take.
I acknowledge that. I've read that about that
So
as well.
everyone is talking about how to demolish our air force so that some people can now tag them for war crime or crime against humanity. Because if you are not sensing the narratives, you understand? Then because see, let me tell you one thing. This war Nigeria is
You
fighting.
know, he rather prefer the terrorists to kill the people than for collateral damage to occur in fighting them now. He rather prefer them to
See,
be fight.
see, that's why I always misunderstood on this platform. I'm not supporting that. Never am I encouraging that. I'm trying to highlight the challenges of counter-terrorism in the modern days, this modern era. That
If you are doing this kind of war, there is no way you can avoid collateral damage. There is no way. So I don't know what we are discussing. There's no way you can prevent that.
See, Adewale, some people, apart from people that were displaced, some people isolated themselves from the conflict zone. You understand?
right,
Just for the military, because if the military if the military are unable to strike, then the thing is becoming more problem. Look at what happened today now. When Atiku was posting the other time that they struck a Boko Haram, I was like, not be Nigeria, we all did that time. It be like those people we don't even get weapon. If you really finish a Boko Haram, then where did they surface again? You know. So to me, we should. I don't know. I've already have my own mindset anyway, but I don't want to bring that mindset tonight. So, but the thing will pay me on that interview is on that security. They know Andrew Atiku very well because a person like me, I would have even gone so
You
my.
don't know, Ola, you don't know that Nigerian media they are somehow favorable to the opposition.
I'm telling you, they should have asked him because this is a guy that when the matter of Deborah happened, this guy quickly withdraw. If you could withdraw that time, you understand. How am I supposed to trust you at a larger level? You were not even, and the guy was even talking of not enough personnel. And I heard one man saying, to Nigeria, I'll be talking about all this. See, everybody talks with sweet mouth whenever they talk. The last time I checked, when Turkey was fighting insurgency and terrorism, they have over 500,000 soldiers, even with their populations. It still took them all, and they were even manufacturing their own equipment themselves. It still took them 40 years. So this story of they don't have enough personnel is not the issue, but the people giving them support. Any day, the local community and Nigerians stop giving these people some kind of moral or logistic support, that one is even stronger to weaken them faster than even running bullet after them. All those villagers you see, they know these people. If Gumi
Right.
can say he knows terrorists, then the villagers knows the terrorist.
Yeah, but
So, I,
Ola,
yeah,
Ola, you remember the last what do you call this southeastern Nnamdi Kanu movement, the one that is always fighting people left and right, challenging anybody that's challenging the authority in the local level.
ESN.
So ASN, the villagers knows who are these people, but they couldn't talk until Nnamdi Kanu was arrested. So some of those villagers also could also be like that, whereby they are helpless, powerless. Because if you speak, you're gone. Maybe
So
in a
if those
situation like
villagers
that.
now were now the one going to the market now to go and carry yam and yam rice, pepper and palm oil now and take it to those Boko Haram people. Are you
Man must
saying
shop now. Man must shop, but
okay?
you are not there, so you can't say that for a statement of fact. That's what they're doing.
Okay. I
So
say according to what the minister of
everybody is trying to control the narratives in as much as it fits the purpose. And until we're able to categorically ascertain that that is what those people that refer victim actually going there to do. Some of these folks, they will, Nigeria, it's not the same Nigerian that will say, hey, a tanker, petrol tanker had accident, and then you see Nigeria. Not fully the implication of the action, they will still go in there to scoop those spilled petrol. It's not the same Nigerian that will do that. So when you are telling them not to go to certain places because it's terrorist infested location, they will still go because one, some of them will hear the system and say, well, they don't care what the government is, and then they will go there, right? But because they want to win it
Adewale, can you hear me?
yeah, we can
live
hear
and
you.
Uh, okay, can I say something, or you want to go ahead?
no, go
Uh,
ahead. Go ahead.
I think I listened just for a while, and I think the local people there, they know about those terrorists, because if you see the average age of most of these terrorists, they are just between 12 to 19. So that means most of the people they are recruiting are from that local community. So nobody can tell me here they don't know they have turned it to a kind of business. Or if you don't have work, just go and join them. You will live a better life. And if you die, they believe in the religion, then seven virgins is waiting for you somewhere. So, and they also use it to terrorize their local community. If maybe their foes or their enemies, they go and destroy their house, buy them or something like that. There was a video I watched like some few weeks ago where they show a camp of where the reincarnated terrorists are being kept. And when you look at all of them, most of them are just like 12 to 16 or 17 years old. I'm telling you. And even after there is one, he has been in that place for more than 2 years. He's still saying that he has not recanted. He will still do it again. So you can see. So the local people and religion, they have used it to, I don't know, to foment trouble. So I think that what happened when the Air Force bombed them recently, although some innocent people lost their life, but that one you cannot rule it out most times because Nigeria, the rest of Nigeria, we are already fed up with all this unnecessary. It's just that we are making trouble unnecessarily. So we are fed up. If they do a kind of sample or poll in Nigeria today, that should we divide that country? A lot of Nigerians say just divide it and let everybody go and deal with their region. People are already fed up. They are tired. Why is it for the last how many years now? What does we do? We are not northerners, so why should we bear the brunt of all of this wahala? The money is supposed to be the country is poor, and the money is supposed to be used in infrastructure development. in so many other schools, health and the rest. We are just voting it unnecessarily on defense. If you see some developed countries that have developed, most of these European countries, how much are they putting on their defense? They put more money on uplifting their people, constructing new houses, roads, schools, hospitals. And this is 2026. We still have to vote a large chunk of our money to defend. For what reason? But unfortunately, the literacy level of Nigeria is very low. A lot of people does not even know right to the left. They don't even understand government policy. All what they know is that why is the price increasing? They don't even know what is international market. They don't know nothing. So sometimes I wonder when you hear people buying themselves because of religion ideology. Although not all of them, we also have communal clash, especially in Plateau states. Apart from maybe some of the Fulani also come, but the rest are also between themselves. Because when you talk to their leader, they always say that we know who is doing this. We should go to Aso Rock and talk to the president, and then we should find solution by ourselves. I think the solution should come from the local people themselves. Because if you can point out your brothers or your sisters that have been buying people, but what do you have? Compromise. Even the so-called recruitment into the army. How come a foot soldier will go and tell the terrorists, this is where the general is, this is the position of the general? So I don't know. If we divide this country, maybe peace will come.
So no,
So
I think I support him for that division because I heard something today that is so sad. Now, when General Musa was talking, because this is part of the decision that the country will have to take. You know that when you take urea fertilizer to that place, what happens? You understand? Now, these Boko Haram people, they lay their hand on it. That's what they used to use the IED.
For bomb, IUD bomb.
You understand? So when they stop sending that fertilizer there, the next thing the farmer started shouting, "Hey, okay, it's affecting all, it's doing all those stuff." Now, we are at a cross point whereby you have to choose between you want to live or we need to provide security. You understand? So those are the kind of challenges you have. If you stop fertilizer, no problem. Now the question you ask yourself: how come that the fertilizers that were meant for the farmers ended up in the hands of the bandits? But so if you want to stop IED, you don't sell fertilizer. If you sell fertilizer, you sell IED.
And if you don't sell fertilizer, they won't be able to produce a large quantity of farm products. So the countries you are sometimes when you said
maybe those farmers are being threatened, maybe.
No. Apart from the farmers are being threatened, when you look at that Nigeria as a country, even if you have a willing president or a leader that is willing to stop this something, the local people themselves, they are highly compromised. Can you tell me that since they are fighting this insurgency, the Borno people, the local community, they don't know who is who that is tormenting them over these years? That's a blatant lie. They knew, but they kept quiet. They are even informant to them. So I think it's high time we have to restructure
I mean, if you look at it, there was a time in this country, or there were time in this country where bombing was the order of the day. Anywhere you go, especially in Abuja, you see bomb going off every corner. But that is no longer what it is, except maybe a few days ago that the bomb happens in Borno, the one that is being reported. But it begins to wonder what happened in those days, in those era. It's all politically motivated.
Yes.
And
And they will not be
they have support from outside the country. The federal government can't tell me that they have no idea.
You
But
see, this is
it
why
get
I'm
complicated.
right.
It get complicated because of the political dynamic that is involved. Because it says Tabafagbu, Buafagbu, and in a way where it's true. when you know that the person who is sponsoring this thing is actually next door to you and is one way or the other connected to you, maybe with interest in politics and all that, then you have a challenge to bring that person to book.
But Adewale, why should
You
these
see,
people?
I was
Sorry.
raising one issue. Oh, go ahead, Remy. You
Okay.
complete yourself. Go ahead.
Why should these people, because of politics, continue to buy their own people for more than how many years now? More than 17 or 18 years. If they
They
give,
don't care.
eh?
They don't
Um,
care.
they don't. So if we do population census today, how can they tell us that they have the highest population? I doubt it, because they
See,
lost a lot of people unaccountable for, and because
Remy, they
these
don't care.
people, and these people that
Really? How can you say that that one will affect their population?
it will.
How
It
many
will.
millions have died?
Do you think this insurgency since that time have not claimed more than 2 million lives?
It's not up to that. You can't claim 2 million
Ah,
lives.
Silver is more than that, because at the end of
It's
the
not,
day,
but those people, yeah, well,
Why
you
is the
forget about it.
insurgency
You can't
started in
have two
Nigeria?
million.
Was it not towards the tail end of Obasanjo now slash
so let's just
Guide?
say since 1999 and
No,
The
1999.
no.
problem this
Don't compare militancy in the south and this
So
thing.
what is the what is
can
the
we say
difference
The,
between
when
military and the
insurgency
terrorists?
specifically, I think it started around 2011 or thereabout.
2011, and then
Weapon proliferations.
almost 15 years.
What did he just? Which time did he use now? Ola? Not terrorism, not bandits. He
2011.
used it.
Which one?
He
Which
used the
that
one.
was?
He said the time you use now. You use one time, not banditry,
2011.
not
2011.
insurgency. Is that what you
Militancy,
call
is
it?
that militancy?
Militancy.
Militancy, the
So
one the south.
what is the definition of militancy? Is weapon not involved? Is threat not
No,
It
no,
doesn't have
I'm
to.
saying,
kidnapping not
I'm saying,
involved?
no, hold on, Adewale. I'm saying don't compare what happened in South to this one. Okay, they
Eh,
struck.
What do you mean we should not? Are they not
they
Oh,
also
no,
blow
no,
up crime
kidnapping
like this in
foreigners?
white people now. They
no.
find a lot of people also there. It's
Brother,
Don't mix it up. No, it's a level of
brother,
insecurity too.
also a form of
Don't,
terrorism
what
there.
do you mean this?
no,
To the point that
hold
the
on.
entire Southwest was declared no-go zone.
Hold on now. Hold on. Now, the South, they made a demand, right? And their demand, I'm not saying whether reasonable or so, I'm not necessarily in support of what Yadua did. You understand? Yadua was able to solve their problem, right? But the question is this now. Ask these people that are doing this thing, what exactly do they want? Is it what you can give to them? Okay, some of them will tell you that okay. Are you aware that some people push a bill at the National Assembly where they say they should remove a person from Sharia so that it can become something that it can be total? You understand? Now, so someone is saying they want total Sharia in the country. So tell me, how are you supposed to fulfill that? But someone is saying you destroy our land, but you are not giving us back. We don't have a job. We don't have this. You understand? How can you match the two? Yeah, the two are criminality, but at least you were able to provide solution to one, even though the solution is not solid. What exactly can you give to these people? Adewale, you want to? I'm sure, like I keep saying, with due respect to our Muslim brethren that are not extremists, you understand? But these extremists that they are coming with their own brand of Sharia or whatever, wherever they are coming from, you understand? Do you want to surrender yourself to them? Do you?
Mhm.
That is so. When we are talking of this insecurity, don't let us compare it out. Let us just pick every type of insecurity and talk about it. Time. It's like comparing terrorism to bank robbery. They are not the same. Even though life are lost in both, they use gun in both. But you know that the armed robber, they after the bank money and they took the money and they went away. But these guys, they just carry knife, kidnap people, slaughter, and even post those things online for goodness sake. That's why I say don't just. There are some online you don't want to go to now because you are not going to remain the same for the next 1 month. I tell you, Me, I'm struggling to be myself as I speak to you.
Yeah, it's fine.
You understand?
Kí ló ń wá? Kí
So
ni ìwọ náà ń wá? Kí ló ń wá káàkiri? Kí ló ń wá
no,
kiri?
you know when someone forwarded something to you now in your group and you just open, you understand? So you open that thing before you start telling that person, lie, don't send this thing to me again. You know? So the thing is, I have my own solution, but it's not funny, right? This terrorism in the next 50 years, I don't think it's going, if we do not stop this thing. Even for, you can see that I call Oluyede, our the first minister Judas, when they started saying Boko Haram are their brothers and all those stuff. It is not your duty as a defense as a defense chief to be telling us that. It can be your brother, it can be your son in your house. That's your own problem. So how can your son be cutting your neck? How can your son be using using gun on you? And you are now saying
No,
we should.
the guy just being political now. He just being political. He's in a political position now. He just being political.
No, I mean the chief of defense staff, the service chief, not
Yeah,
Musa.
that's what
Musa,
I'm saying. It's a
okay.
yes, service chief. It's not a political position.
Okay, it's true, Sha. It's true.
Right.
It's true. So I'm not finding that thing funny. That's why I'm saying that. Okay, look, guys, let me give you simple information. Let me give you something. See, Dami, you are saying my name is fixated on religious angle. Look, like I told you, these guys. Okay, let me tell you one thing. You can't bring that type of religion to Lagos now. Boko Haram can come to Lagos now and start telling Muslim in Lagos that they are fake Muslim. They will not listen because Lagosian they are more they are enlightened. They will not listen to you. These guys, they are criminals. They are not Muslim as per Muslim. They are not. They are just using religion as some pastor will use religion to collect money from you. When you go back to that, that's the same way to some criminals. Those people that have not even taken their bath for maybe like 200 days, that they smell like gorilla, that they smell like wild animals. All of a sudden, they now understand the civilization of religion more than you. So the thing is, they are using religion to deceive some unsuspected innocent people of their mission. That's what I'm saying. So it's like I'm not just bringing religious angle just for the sake of persecuting anybody. No, that's not my point. I am Muslim in my family too.
Ola, you see, religion is part of the problem. You understand me? The very strongest problem. When you deceive people with religion, you deceive people to believe you. And those who believe you will not go into that extremism. And that is the situation we find ourselves. Whether Christianity or whether this one, because if you look at Nigeria today, most of the pastors you see, they were once either a treasurer or working in the finance. It was then they were exposed to the volume of money that was coming into the churches, and some of them just tried to steal or some just decide to quit their position and open their own. And also the religion of Islam, because they met our culture there. We were not like that. And at the end, some of the deception to cajole the people, those who believe it, are not going into that extremism. That is just the danger. As time progresses, you see strange things. And that's just what I want to add to it. Religion needs to be addressed. We, irrespective of the religion, whether it's a tradition, you see human being now carry fellow human being, they come out and they come out rest onto a day, say you want to do something. So it's so dangerous if it's not controlled. That's just my belief. It's number one problem, irrespective of the way they describe it something, because there's a lot of deception inside, and those who believe it, they don't go away with that deception. They see it as the truth. That is the situation we find ourselves when it comes to Nigeria.
Do you know why it seems that religion is a problem? It's just because number one, sometimes people that are impoverished, that you don't take care, you don't give education, you don't give job. You understand? Let me tell you something. Assuming you have good manufacturing up in the north and you pack everybody there and they are tired, they are not likely to listen. Religion is not likely to have impact on them so much. You understand? So if you want to take religion out of these people for now, you are wasting your time. I can tell you. You are wasting your time.
What you just said now is very funny. What about the Southern people? How many of how many of them are church creating employment for them? How many? How many people go to church from Monday to Sunday in Nigeria? And they see it as their job. Some people also volunteer.
You got me wrong, oh. You got me wrong, oh.
What I want to tell you is that it's not only in the northern part of the country. We also have this problem, a big one in the southern part of the country too, where you see.
You got me wrong.
No, let me finish. Where you see mushroom churches springing all over the street, telling people fake prophecy, lies, extorting their money, where their so-called leaders are riding big cars, live in mansions and the rest. And the gullible majority, millions of people, very gullible people, following them because of religion. I totally support Midwest in what he said. We must find a way, because we are not enlightened, we are not exposed, and we are not composed to even dissect what is right and what is wrong. The society is not exposed to that level, like the Western world, to see religion and just something just go and come back. No. If to say that,
you are not getting me. You see what happened today? If you go back to what Awolowo was said as far back as it in 50s or maybe 60s, you understand? It predicted that something that is happening now, you understand? So you predicted what is happening now, that when you have these people that you do not train them, you don't give them, you understand? They are going to create problem for us. You understand? I just paraphrase, you understand? It's now happening to us today. Now, let me tell you one thing. They say religion is the problem, I agree. But it's only part of the problem, to the extent that when people do not have jobs that keep them busy. You know, in human mind, in human mind, it's either you occupy it productively or you are open to manipulations. That's what I'm saying. Now, assuming, okay, give an example. Where I live, we don't even, you want to call it a Christian country or whatever, we don't even observe Easter Monday. On New Year Day here, we go to work, and Nigeria will be partying on New Year Day. We'll be partying on Easter Monday. No, you go to work. If you don't go to work, sorry. If there's a work that needs you seriously, they will fire you. I'm not even saying. So the thing is, why do you think people take work? I'm telling you that if you have enough factory, let me run this one. If you have enough factory in the north that your work will engage people, people will be running after shift, and all those people that you see, all those imam pastors, they will lose their congregation. You understand? Now, if let's assume you even said, okay, everybody don't go to mosque, everybody don't go to church, you make it, you put curfew. The question is this: what is going to replace all those activities? That's what I'm saying. You need to give job, you need to give training, everything that will keep these people busy.
So
when the
other time I was saying that the Nigerian, when you graduate from the university to go and do NYSC, or when you graduate from the high school, and maybe for the first 1 year, they should put everybody into, when you graduate from the high school, people, the government, build houses for them, pull everybody to farmland.
I'm
telling you that I think you are looking at it in a soft way. Democracy. Let's do it as the Western people are doing it, and let's appeal to them. Look, a country that wants to be great in future, there must be some people that have to sacrifice for it today. If we are not ready to sacrifice for it today, then the cycle of violence will continue. And if it continues, that growth you are yearning for, only some section will grow. The places where they like that thing, it will continue, and that ugly of violence will continue. But when you harness people, you force them to go and do something. They live there, you feed them, they party inside that place, and they produce for the nation. There will be plenty of food. From there, maybe you can now start giving them some soft skills. After that 1 year, you put a lot of them to technical school by fire by force to go and learn a skill. But if we are not doing that, if we are just going to say we have to listen to whatever they want or something like that, look at the Western world we are even living. It is people with skills that can easily fit society and they can get money easily. They don't need to wait for the government. They don't need to wait for them to.
I mean, is it not even just better we just had that technical college to our upper secondary school, like what we are doing here in Scandinavia? Because
Yes.
people that want to read anything engineering here, now more or less like technical school, almost 80%.
You know, Midwest, that was the idea when they said 6334 system of education. They said once you finish your GSS3 and you cannot go to SS3, you just go to technical school directly. But because of mass pass, nobody failed. Everybody just continued to climb the ladder. We cannot see who is really working hard or not. That was the idea, but at the end of the day, the idea was defeated because there is no.
Okay, Remy, hold on. So I hear you. You mentioned technical education. You understand? Even when you have technical education, you are not doing that in isolation. You still need to do something without your technical education. Now, we are talking of a region that we used to have like hide and skin industry, textile industry. I'm talking of massive one. You understand? Now you used to have arenas, you need to have some industry that people were running shift, were running all those stuff. See, let me tell you one thing. If you provide a job that can employ, let's say, 20 million people now, just hypothetically speaking, and you are running shift that these people will need money to enjoy themselves. Let me tell you one thing. Do you think they are going to all these criminal drivers? Do you think they are going to have enough resources, enough human being to put inside the bush? Then another thing, although I know this is just hypothetical too, you understand? Another thing is our population. You know, I hope Nigeria will grow to a particular day that when you give back, maybe we want to have policy that look, you should not give birth to more than two children. You can't be poor and be giving birth to 30 children. If you give birth to 30 children, the social services people, we are going to take your children. I hope Nigeria will get to that place that day. I hope that
So,
when we are,
when you mentioned the
I said hypothetically speaking.
No. I just want to correct, not correct, just to tell you this. Look, when you mention all those big companies in the northern part of the country, especially in Kaduna and Jos and the rest, when you come south, where are all those big companies in the south as well? Even if you go to Ibadan, where is Oluwa Glass? Where is what do you call it? This country that make batteries in Ibadan. So many of them.
Oluwa Glass.
Where are they? They are all gone too. They are gone. And when you see your young people in the south, what are they doing? If they are not doing Olosho, they are using colos. So if they also have access to gun to they also do. And Yahoo. So what are they doing?
But if they make me president of Nigeria, you see anybody who is spray money, now prison across the country. No, anybody will try that thing because they drive our people. Then they drive their own.
Remy, this issue we are talking about, you understand? I don't want us to lose focus because the focus is on terrorism. When you say we should not exonerate the South, now you see the South you are still talking about, you understand? We see how people doing subsistence farming and all those stuff. I'm not saying everything is rosy in the South, you understand? But you can't still compare the South and the North as you speak today. Yes, the South should not.
Right, in terms of
so there's even pressure. There's even pressure on the South now, the infrastructure. And these people now, they're already bringing their nonsense, destroying farmland in the South. And when terror, farm destruction, farm produce destruction, it's a war. It's part of war technique. If you don't know, the only saving grace for Nigeria today is that we still have means of importing food. Because if enemy really want to capture you, targeting your farmland is one of the tactics they've used historically. You understand? To mean that they destroy your means of economy. And why do you think they are occupying your bush apart from kidnapping? That's one of those things. So, but as it is now, I know that we cannot rush to build factories that can create 20 million, 30 million jobs for people. I know we cannot do that. But what we can do now, and I keep saying, and we keep saying all those stuff, is Nigeria should push for that arm bearing. And I'm not saying just any our person will bear arm, responsible people like Remy, like Adewale, like Agbado, like a Midwest, should be able to bear arms without someone coming with executive order like Buhari did in 2019 to start withdrawing people's rifles when the government cannot protect them. Where am I saying this thing? All those remote areas. Why do you think? Okay, now all these terrorists, they won't go to the urban area like that to go and attack. I mean the bandits in the. I'm not talking of those people in the northwest and the northeast. They won't go. They will just go to the rural area where there's no police presence, where everybody have been living, everyone has been living peacefully there. They just go and attack them there. So we are at the stage now whereby they should allow people to bear arms. The law is there. People can start joining. You can start joining a Hunter Association of Nigeria, but the way government is trying to hijack that in the name of National Hunter and Forest Guard or whatever. That is why I'm not comfortable. Because now, if you join that organization, they are going to train you, and some of you will be you have rifle. They will license gun for you. So what I'm saying is that Nigeria should find a way to push and make sure that when that laws come to that place, everything you are doing is in self-defense, and nobody can issue a executive order to start withdrawing your weapon. Because as it is, whether we like it or not, we have to follow what General Danjuma said. Defend yourself. The Constitution of Nigeria guarantees that. So our law guarantees that. So whatever you want to do, I encourage people to just go and join Hunter Association and Vigilante Group. Let them trade for those people. Start even if Nashaka Bula, whatever this thing, everybody try as much as possible.
Although we've forgotten that we live in zoo. I'm a baboon. I'm a zoo.
Adewale. What are you driving at, Adewale? What are you driving at?
That even though the idea that was brought forward is actually a noble one, but it's just that we live in a society that, weapon proliferation is common. So, and then how do you know who is reasonable enough to have the weapon and who is not?
Definitely not people from Ekiti with their anger. We will lie in this in Colombo for this in Bugba down here.
So I wanted to fight, but I won't fight. Let me tell you something, Adewale. What led to Second Amendment in the United States of America, where they guarantee the right of American citizens to bear arms?
Ola, you see, sometimes we make mistake. I'm going to copy and pasting. Let's look at our own reality. What works for us? I don't try it over there. Wait, okay. In their own country, is peculiar to them. Can it peculiar to you? This copy and paste long all the time. Oh, this is the way they do it in America. This is the way they do it in Japan. No. How should we do it in Nigeria? That should be the question.
Okay, then I will respond to you.
We don't have the temperament, number one. Number two, we don't have the system and database to verify, check. We don't have those capabilities. So, I'm far away, America or Canada. We don't have that.
I will respond to you. You understand?
Okay.
Now, you talk of anger issue. You understand? You should know that the level of development of America, as at the time, they guarantee the right of people to bear weapon. They were not at our own level of composure, socially, everything. I'm coming. Let me land my point. Now, ask yourself a simple question. If everyone go back to our history, it is out of 100 homes, you will see like about 70 people that they were part of the warrior group or hunter, or they belong to one group or the other. When people used to have bow and arrow, they used to have means of fighting. And ask yourself, why were they not buying themselves anyhow that time that whenever they needed to defend, they would defend it. Come on. So you see, this
Because
would
there
not be
was
so,
no incursion from the northern part of the country to the southern part. There was no incursion that time. Now nobody is
I
disturbing
don't
them.
even
It's between
I
the
don't even
people.
understand I don't even understand what you are talking though.
What I'm
I
trying
don't
to tell you is
understand what
very
you are talking.
simple. Just opposite to what is happening today. During those times you are talking about, an Hausa or Fulani man will not come to their
You said
farm. Listen, will not come to their farm and destroy their farm. If their farm were destroyed that time, it will be member of the same community. They can iron it out among themselves. They will go to their village chief or Baale to iron it out. But this time around, somebody will just come from nowhere, even from Niger or Chad, come and destroy your farmland in Oyo or Ikiti or Kwara. We don't have that kind of thing that time. But this time, this is what
okay.
is happening. That's what I'm
Are
saying.
are you actually opposing my point or you are supporting my
Yeah,
point?
I'm
Because I don't
opposing your
understand.
point because your point was that
Okay.
you said during those times they can settle their if they are not buying themselves. But I'm trying to tell you that during those time there was nobody from the other section of the country, other part of the world to come and destroy their farm or fight them. So whenever they have trouble among themselves, they can settle amicably. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly, because what people that are against the we bearing weapon is that okay, that wants to give someone at number 4 a weapon, that the next thing little fight between him and the person at number 10, they will now face themselves.
This time around in Nigeria, you give weapon to Adewale. Don't you think we go and shoot national mind?
Let me tell you, once you are aware that everybody is armed equally, you be careful. See, all these things, let me tell you,
There's
the
no
same thing.
No. Equal arms depend on the need. Okay, if I live in a riverine community, my own form of security is different from someone that lives in like Sokoto or Benue, or someone that lives in Ibadan. The need for weaponry is different. Some people might demand for community policing. Some people might need the individual because of where they live. So you cannot say there cannot be equity or fairness or DEI weapon sharing. It cannot be that way. My point to you, side. This is my point to you. Let's think about these things before we adopt what you're saying. I will advocate more for some form of community policing where, like we had back in the days, to your point, where they still have to come together and let the community head, the local government, then say, okay, we know who we are. Let it be that way. But to now have individuals own it and by themselves, I don't think is good for Nigeria. I don't think we are.
Babati, let's look at it from this angle. When I was growing up, if I go to my village to greet my grandfather, I can tell you more than 80% of our community, they have
guns. That's what I say. We have guns.
Those guns, they use it for hunting. But at the same time, they also use it for vigilante. Because there's a way they said some people that time who guide the city in the midnight. I was so small then, I can recall. Okay, let us go back to Nigeria. Before Buhari, people were already having guns in their houses, pump action.
Yes, we have shaka, we have the guns. We have plenty.
All sorts of things to defend themselves. But when Buhari came, he removed it, and suddenly they amplified this so-called terrorism that is happening today. You see, why do we have terrorism today? Innocent Nigeria are just a laid down dog. They can't defend themselves. Nothing is left in the community. So those guys are embodied. It's like when those days when we were small, we used to bully ourselves in primary school. Once somebody is perceived weak, everybody want to go and beat that person, even female. So that is just the situation we find ourselves. We need to equip our people to possess that individual power to defend themselves. Even thief, when he realize community is armed, if they don't feel come quietly, secretly, and they don't go, because anything go, human beings, if they know say they go take ground. They get them for they get them for their mind. So we can't just be so exposed like this. Even where somebody is putting a bounty on the head of a pastor, no arrest, and we have power in the south.
Midwest. My own grandfather during the time had weapons. I mean, the man fought in. We are on a live program. He fought, but my point is this: I'm saying that the approach to those external forces, to banditry, everything, the approach should be at the community level where we come together to fight them, not promoting individuals like Gen Zs because they are over 18 years old to apply to have weapons. It should be a controlled system, is my point.
Now I also understand your point, Babati.
Babati. No, I
I understand your point. It's like you are comparing me to American style of
we can't say
no, we
because
can't do that.
so
We can't do that in Nigeria. You blow up the situation.
the age has to come into play here. We can't say because you're over 18, you can then apply to have a weapon because it's done in America. No. I'm just giving instances. Number two, it has to be a community approach. Like in Yoruba now, we can use like Bekoyas or like local militia that we know who they are. We know who to hold accountable Midwest if it goes wrong. You see what I'm saying? Not just individuals holding weapons and say because they want to defend themselves, they can just go and buy and start shooting everyone. No, we can't have that.
Babati, hold on. Let me tell you one thing. America, the license gone. But I can tell you, what population of American hosts gone to today? Are they up to 90% of Americans?
Well,
are they up to? Even there are more guns than population of America. Are they up to 90% of those guns in America? So the thing I'm saying is this: don't let us. I suggested that the government should buy guns for the community and talk to the chief, all those stuff. You understand? I'm even bringing another model. Now, if you want government to hand over gun to those people, it might not work because funding every story will be coming. I'm only saying the Firearm Act we have that Buhari tried to rubbish the other time when he was withdrawing weapons, just for general police, for terrorists to overrun people. I'm saying number one, even if that's law we want to have, because that allows the commissioner of police to issue license for guns. You understand? Now, even by that only, Nigerians can apply for guns and they will profile you, they will train you to get that gun. I just want to know, you understand? Now, at the community level, you are saying, let's say you live in community, big men like you have like 1,000 of you within the community, and you are able to afford gun, and you are able to go to the commissioner of police to apply for license, or you join the Hunters Association. There's the Nigeria Hunters Association. There's a vigilante group. When you join all those people, they train you to bear those weapons. I'm saying we should look at that act and perfect it in such a way that we don't have anybody that will come and bastardize it. Now, if you like, maybe you gather yourself in your weapon. Okay, in some villages those days, when you hear that, you see armed robber robbing in the area like a urban area, but there are some villages that you don't come to because maybe you have about 10 people, 10 hunters with correct shakabula. Some of them will carry you out, they will do juju, doing all those stuff. You dare, those robbers dare not come out. That's what I'm telling you. So the thing is, if those babas can be responsible, I don't think everyone in Nigeria is irresponsible till today. But I'm telling you that once people, all those hunters, once they start carrying their gun and they are becoming effective, one way they should not come tomorrow when they are winning war against terrorists and against bandits. One way they should not come out tomorrow and say you are using the executive order to start withdrawing people's weapons. So that's why I'm saying that they should give Nigerians right to bear weapons. As it is, Nigerians have right to bear weapons, but it doesn't mean everybody will carry weapons because everybody cannot afford guns. Because all those gens you are talking about now, you won't go and buy Shakabula now. You won't go and buy Dagon and start carrying it on the street in Lagos. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying they should license pistol for people. I'm not saying they should license AK-47 for people. But the little one they can have, the reasonable one that people can use to form like vigilante together to fight all these terrorists. You understand? One thing I believe is this: with just ding guns and shotguns, if those people know that in this village that we want to go and attack people, that there are at least 100 people that are carrying gun there, they will not go. Or just imagine a a village with 1,000 people carrying gun. No, I doubt if they are going to go to that place, except they want to go and commit some kind of suicide there. I'm not even talking of a powerful rifle, because what am I saying is this: you can elect some hunters that will be, the hunters that are already in the bush, they will be gathering intelligence. You understand? Before these people even gather themselves together, they will be seeing some string faces. And we allow the people from the city, or from the village. Those are the kind of things I'm talking about. I'm not saying you should go to Oshodi Market and start giving all this area boys that want to get junction gone. That's not what I'm saying. So,
how long will you think it will take before the weapon gets into the hands of those people in Oshodi?
you can ask yourself a simple question: are there not illegal weapons in Nigeria, even without?
See, we have a culture. We have a culture that does not hold people accountable anymore.
You are not getting me, Adewale. The law
I
for
do.
you to hold gun is there already. I'm saying we should protect that, so that the people that want to disarm people, they should not disarm. The laws are there. You can hold weapon today, but there are criteria. I said go and join vigilante group, go and join Hunter Association of Nigeria, or you go directly, if you know you're a big man in society, go directly to the Commissioner of Police and apply for license. The laws are the law for you to hold gun is there already. It's not as if you are going to. What I'm saying is this: you should protect people from irrational withdrawal, so that, okay, look at this now. Tinubu is there today. You carry your shakabula. You chase all those criminals away from your bush, and their apologists got in tomorrow, and they don't want you to fight them, and they now make some executive order, and they now send the Commissioner of Police and Inspector General of Police after you, just because you know you can do that. I'm saying we should receive such kind of power, that's the excessive power of the president, or the Inspector General of Police, or Commissioner of Police, to withdraw arm from people that have legal right and they've not committed any crime to bear those weapons. That's what I'm advocating for. I think that's why I'm saying maybe you are not getting my point. Adewale?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm
I just
here.
want
I
you to
was
get my
just.
point. You are
I
playing
do.
game.
I do. Right. Right.
I know you are playing game now. That's why.
The game.
Ola, to have something to what you are saying, the situation cannot continue like this. That one is very sure.
I'm telling you.
If the federal government don't want to do it, if they don't want to approach it legally, I strongly believe where. Huh?
We are live on. Let me be careful with my words. There are security things that you will do officially, but even in advanced world, there are unofficial avenues for securing territories. If you know what I'm saying, they will not be on paper, but the government will approve low key. If you get my point.
Yeah.
So those things we should not be announcing public. I know. You know where I'm going with this. That we have our ways locally that will not necessarily be legal or be official or be approved by government, but are necessary. We can't include those kind of things in our discussions, but we know it needs to be done. So I get that part. I'm just saying that when you put everything on the table publicly, there's this tendency to invite miscreants that we want to exploit those loopholes that should be properly managed by the local community themselves. Sorry,
okay, now passage with Nabi.
No, I know. I got you, Adela.
Yeah, it's a very gray area.
No. See, no, we know the background. No, what I'm saying is this.
It's a very gray. It's a very gray area. It's a very gray.
No, I know. I got you. If you see, I'm very careful with my words. I'm not. See, when I say now, that's why I say join vigilante group. It's illegal. It's legal. We have act for all those things. Join Hunting Association of Nigeria. All those people, they are recognized under the law. Many of, okay, for example, this is what I'm saying. If assuming I did Nigeria as I speak to you now, I will go and join Hunter Association. You understand? Why will I join Hunter Association? I know that if they profile me, if they train me, I have money to buy that thing. Bam, I put it in my house. Then people that can get that thing, that you put this thing for your house. All those miscreants you are thinking, we are talking about, even they are going to get that thing, they are going to get it from the black market. Are they getting all those things now? Yes, they are getting it. I'm only talking about when we need it to secure our community. Just the same way. Now, okay, look at it this way. It does not, see, okay, even the KBAC or the Bale of a village can even organize that. Okay, people from my village, all these people, they want to run us down. Oh, please, let us launch, let us contribute. Okay, we go to the Commissioner of Police. Okay, sir. Sir, Mr. Commissioner, we've identified 300 people. And these are their profile, these are their family, these are their full name. Now, we are buying so number of rifle. This is the number of the rifle. You tag the rifle with everybody. You put the number of the rifle with everybody that are buying all those rifles. So, this thing is being coordinated by, maybe, let me say, maybe you are from Awe, or maybe you are from, okay, let's Adelaja village. Maybe Adelaja village, say, Adelaja village. Or I say this thing, you understand? You have Adelaja in council, all those council like how the city run all those stuff. So you run the thing legally from your local tradition. See, this thing is still the extension of what I suggested the other time. I'm assuming that the government may tell you that, okay, we don't even have money to even give this thing to people. Okay, people are saying, okay, don't worry, we are going to buy. All we want to do is to secure our community. Baba, while we were growing up, our Mangbe Bolo Primary School, we used to carry when we are doing all those end of the year this thing. But this time around, we just put Kinamagbe A2. We just only put A2 just to act play. And people knew that this thing, and people they knew their boundaries at that time. When they are going to farm like this, they have all those things. But these days, people no longer know how to use all those stuff. That's what I'm saying. The best way to secure yourself, even if you want to go and learn how to shoot bow and arrow, you may say bow and arrow, they don't mean anything. They might mean even if they're catapult. I'm just saying that don't just sit down in your house for one idiot that has not taken bath for the past 2 years to come and attack you and come and molest the family members just because they want something that you don't want. That's what I'm saying.
You see, Ola, this issue we are dealing with in Nigeria, to my own belief, there is a very strong external dimension to it. Now,
yes.
Now that there's a very strong dimension, because if I look at it, even to society degree, people are trying to force Tinubu hands not to take some certain action, such as engaging these people in a fierce, battle of, okay, wherever you see them, take them out. Let me use that word. Because they're becoming so embodied, looking at the system as if they're in charge of everything. But my worry is this. If individual now resort to self-help, I don't know what that is going to develop to. Because the hunger is too much. They knew the people that are doing this thing. They knew what they want. Even their ideology, to me, if I summarize all, is just for them to expand, colonize people, take their land, put pressure on people, deliberately sabotage the economy. And when they do that, the best brain in Yoruba land will run away. The best brain in Benin, doctors run away. The South, everywhere. And why they keep on, entering our place and occupying space. If you go back home, you will see the demographic change very rapidly because these guys are coming in numbers. They just want to survive. But they are coming with a different culture that if guys not taking, we will no longer be whom we are just on that short period of time. And that is what they want. They're just pushing all different directions. And the external dimension is We don't know who is who, but I feel there is also religious bodies and groups who want to take advantage of these things. Particularly those who share the same faith with the Northerners. They have interest. And there are also those who have interest about our natural resources, because when you destabilize big country like Nigeria, highly divided country like Nigeria, both religion, everything, it will take a long time for them to come out of that conflict. And that will enable those people to take those resources like Democratic of Congo, even for generations upon generations to come. That is why if we have the power in the South, the best remedy at this junction is just to restructure Nigeria. Because any region that want to fight, for example, if the South people are even fighting, they may be fighting for power.
Why restructuring and not total disintegration? I support disintegration more than restructuring at this level, to be honest.
Yeah, the reason why I say restructuring, there should be some levels of arrangement on how to organize that restructuring, whereby at least the community people will be able to protect themselves, the region or whatever, whether it's a state restructuring or whatever, they've been able to protect themselves, create some levels of security, profile people who are EDG, profile people who are coming from elsewhere, and try to know exactly what they are doing for a living, whether they are farmers. We are free to move move on like that. Just for example, somebody from Ekiti is in Benin. Yes, we profile the person. Ekiti government or people that we know this guy is no longer in our midst. Yes, in Benin. The Benin man went to Ogun. You profile the person there. If it's a unwanted person in our place, we found this guy here, bring it back to us. You see, the security will continue to improve. This idea of somebody that they are looking for in Matigudu will just flee to Lagos and start driving bike. And that's all. You can't even trace anything about anybody. How are we going to overcome this challenge? And these are some of the failures that even created this problem that we find ourselves today. Because the government refused to provide people identity and occupation. For so long, we don't know what people are doing. They don't know their occupation. They don't know their activities. It's no longer like those communities those days when you go to village, at least 100%, 99% of the people are farmers. They all have farm to point to, this is my farm. They know themselves. You know, so but these days you don't know what people are doing. But here in abroad, they know what everybody's doing. We wake up this morning, we're going somewhere.
Are you talking about Dino Menai? Because I don't know what he does for a living.
You said what? If I'm talking about what?
Dino Menai.
And Showore, I don't know what the two of them do for a living.
We should talk about that, you mean?
Don't mind Adewale. You know what Adewale is saying? You say you don't know what people are doing. He now mentioned Showore and
those ones, they are already on. We profile those ones through social media. So we profile them through social media. We know what they are doing. They are activists, they are opposition, they want to be president or whatever. So those ones are very clear. But these guys that are just maybe they just commit.
What does Showore do for them? Tell me.
Don't mind Adewale.
No, Showore, we know him. If the government is want to know what Showore do, can invite him. So that one is very clear. That's what I want. If I don't know what they are doing, they can write, okay, what are you doing? It's not for the government. Showore cannot do anything to what I go hide somewhere again for his life.
It's a fundraiser.
You don't know, say Showore no fit do what you know, Melaye cannot do anything. I go hide. They go figure out.
Dino Melaye is a lawyer now, so we know he's a lawyer.
No, if you do where you want to hide, go. If you come out and say, hey, Dino, now be this. If you by mistake enter supermarket where Nigeria plenty, they go know I'm also already set it. So if to say we are like that, it go very easy for the government to know the bad guys. So the situation where you don't know anybody, they just go to wherever they are. Some of them, they are wanted people. They just flee their place of recognition and start life elsewhere. No, you don't control anybody. It's part of the insecurity we're talking about. But all that we advocate for, if we cannot restructure, maybe they share Nigeria and we will progress. There will be competition. Maybe another generation will now come up to a level where they will now say, okay, let's unite, like what we are enjoying today in European Union. They fought themselves. They hate themselves. They try to conquer themselves. They fought the First World War, Second World War, but today they are now in a union of one single market, of union of free movement, union of oneness. So let's separate and see whether we can develop from that angle and start looking. Generation will come and say, look, we need to be big, we need to do things together, and then they will look at what structure they need to put in place before they start such things so that it can work well for them, like what the Europeans have done. We cannot just be together where reasoning, we are not the same, religion, interpretation, we are not the same, even when we share the same religion. A Yoruba man is imam and a Fulani man is imam. The Fulani man see the Yoruba man like unbeliever self. They don't even recognize them like that. You know, they can allow you to fellowship with them, but when you want to assume to a place of power, they stop you because they are not convinced. They will stop you whether you like it or not.
So,
yeah,
does the law, whatever we want to implement, the flexibility that there has to be an avenue where everybody, I'm going to mention again, the community should be able, within the frames of the law, like they must be able to implement what works for them. Okay, that's what that's my whole point. I don't want to but
yeah,
let's
I agree
allow
with you. When
for
they do that,
if,
they will not
if
submit
you
it to
want
the regional
OPC to
government.
be in your own thing, bring OPC, but they go through the training. Maybe the police will be the one to train them. We must maybe adopt that they must go through drug testing. Maybe we don't want anybody that is on cannabis that uses drugs. You know, you should have some kind of standards, right? You see what I'm saying? Some level of education, maybe high school.
You cannot say that too. So if every day now that I use my gym to kiss my orishas and my ifa, and then I go to work, they smell alcohol. Are they going to tell me I'm drinking?
No,
Uh,
I said blow me more.
If in the law, they will stop you. My grandfather those days, they say don't do. They will.
You cannot work in any security and you use a weed or heavy drugs or
The funniest is that if you announce local vigilante, now the weed people that go first of all come out. They know they go first of all come out.
No, Midwest. Get it. Let me tell you one thing. I understand what you are saying. That you understand why I'm making this thing popular is I want the traditional rulers to take responsibility as well, so that let them be KBAC. Because it's embarrassing when bandits now.
But the law has to empower them. Call it Lelu now. There's so much you can just say because it's like there must be something on paper to actually go to enforce it.
Adelaja, they can be creative about it. Let me tell you one thing. I heard something. Hold on. I heard something. I don't know. I have not confirmed it. You see all this Oni and Alaafin that they are keeping quiet. I actually heard that they have some security organized that going on that ground though. That I don't know how far it is true that there was a time that they say maybe Alaafin said some hunters group they should just comb the forest around that place. So what I mean is that the KBAC can go in a creative way.
I want the gray areas. Those are the gray areas. You want this one public. You want
some public that you don't buy security officer now.
No, but
Olubadan na big na politics na big.
Exactly now. So what you are both security officer come and guard the.
That's why I said gray area. Let's just leave it at that. Don't let us go into details of what if you get what I'm saying, because we're on live program. But we know that we know that I'm on here. But I'm saying that the official channel, do you want everybody to visible to everybody? Kini standard they might find locals to want to meet. There has to be a standard.
No. The thing is there are standards. You understand? So, but it's not. Then again, it's not something. They will also come out and be saying this is our standard for joining. When you're doing the joining, that's when they will tell you. I'm pretty sure they have standards. They have.
Security force.
I don't think when I don't think when it comes to Yoruba like that, there's Amogo like that.
I mean, like mental health, like mental readiness. That should be.
Well, there's a lot of people that are mental ready. As long as they get paid well, trust me, they have
This
they are
one you are
mental
saying,
ready.
we work with like you want to create like a real standard police. But if you want people that are really ready to confront this kind of situation, this kind of guys that are ravaging everywhere, the number one people that will stand in every community now those Igbo way you just talk yourself. Now they are the number one.
Not for Yoruba land, not for Yoruba land.
Midwest,
We
let me
don't
even tell
have
you.
such people like that.
Let me tell you, those people in the village you are seeing, you understand? They are more responsible. See, Igbo people you are talking about, you find them in the city. You understand? We see all these hunters now that we talk.
No, you not get Igbo where I talk. Sorry. I mean weed people, you know, people when they smoke weed. People get way people like say their head not still there. That's what I mean. When I say
I'm telling you, in the community that I'm even talking about, over time we found out that these people, they are responsible. Okay, you are in a community whereby these people or this hunter they have gone, but how many times have you ever seen that these hunters they carry their gun to go and harm other people? Now, these are the people that some of them.
The village community people are only
hold on, sir. These are the people. These are the people that some of them they will go to on Ogun festival. This thing they will go and carry their this thing. They then go. You see, they have a way to organize themselves. Hold on. Let me lie. Hold on now.
We do something. They profile themselves naturally. They know themselves, and so they are very responsible.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Now, these people we are talking about locally, they are even more disciplined than they say, all their kings, somebody or their bear. That you see, these people are disciplined to their parents. All those local hunters we are talking about, they are disciplined that they can't take one another's wife. That you see, this hunter cannot date his co-hunter's wife. That's the level of discipline they have. See, when we are talking about this local hunter, all these other people we are talking about, they are so disciplined. They are not like all those Agbiru and all those people that are fighting for junction in Lagos. I'm not saying you should go and license people in Lagos because already you can organize those cities. I'm talking of the remote area where all these terrorists goes to. They don't go to the urban area. They are well organized, but the area where there are no police and these people, they have gone. They even still the fact they have gone, they still come and attack them. They still don't fight because they don't have authority. And we are now saying that okay, give these people power to fight. Where all these bandits go raid, people have gone there. They were not using it because they were abiding by the rules. I'm now saying that okay, why will you keep going inside your house that you cannot use it? That is where you need to organize. If you can't be hunter, and now the terrorist bandits will now come into your village and you are now running away. Whereas you have your shakabula, they ain't gone there that you at least do something before you run away. That's what we are saying. So already people that we are talking about, they are already disciplined. How many times, at least I can talk of Ekiti, how many times have you ever heard that a non-tao, a carry gun, go pie inmate? He no go try that kind of rubbish again in his life. So those villages already, they have a system. They have their clan control. So this one that we are talking about, what I'm saying is this: those don't they have? Look at what Ribaldu and what they did in a Kwara State, talking that okay, they're illegal weapon. They were fighting people. You could not protect people, and you say you were going to withdraw illegal people. Where are those illegal weapons? They were withdrawing all those shakabula, all those things from people. Why?
Yeah, but so, that is what I need to them to answer, because on several occasions, especially the one that brought Igbo to limelight, I mean recently, I mean he's always been popular, but that really made him a household name was when it's the Igbo thing, when he said that people were asked to surrender their weapons, and then within a week, the place was invaded.
Exactly.
So why is it that there's this correlation between people being asked to surrender weapons and next thing you have attacks? Like why do they keep asking them to surrender? There has to be a reason for them doing that and security. But nobody ever.
No, they said they want to go and service the guns.
Service
so that the guns want
to. Okay,
how will you service shakabula for the person that have been using
shakabula? So they said they want to go and service the guns, so they now call all the hunters to drop the weapons and stuff. So what they look at but one thing is you see this. No, well, you respect whoever gave you the job now. That's what they did. But one thing I know is that these Fulani terrorists, they are cowards. They cannot fight. So, I mean, we Yorubas, we know the trick to fight these people, these Fulani terrorists. And it's very easy. It's as easy as seeing a fly.
ọmọ
You know?
àtàtà Yorùbá wọ́n ti ń jí ọba Yorùbá gbé o ọ̀rọ̀ ń jọba ní
But,
Ondo sí wọ́n ń jọba lẹ́kìtì o.
the thing is, mo wẹ́ sọ pé kìíní yìí dá. You understand? Because tó wáyé pé nígbà tí wọ́n ń pariwo Yorùbá nation gbà ẹ́ pé àjẹ́dá àwọn pípọ̀ lélẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀n ọ̀gbọ́n gbà ẹ́. Ìgbà tó wá bẹ̀ sí ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan táwọn kílẹ̀ bẹ̀ sí ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ̀ ń wá Sunday Igboho kiri ẹ̀ ń sọ pé kíní kan kiri kan náà tó ti wá dé gungun tí ACC tó ti jẹ flex tó wá dé gungun ẹ̀ wá sọ pé bọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ láti wálé padà ó láti kíní padà. So that's the repercussion of being a Yorùbá person. That's who we are, unfortunately. So it's not until the thing start beating you to the bone. Then you take action. And when we take action, the rest is history.
Let me ask you a question. Ola, you can answer the question too. There's a cabbage that won't part pé only one yìnbọn fún kò wọlé, but they had to bury like stab him to death for kó. But in that àdúgbò, you have security forces, even within that community. I want to believe. So why is that?
No. You see, most of these people here, let me tell you what it is. Most of them rely on police. You understand? They rely on the police system, these others. So the security that you're talking about, that you're calling now the vigilante,
I mean, the way it was.
That's the way it was back then.
My own great grandfather was Oba in Ileshan back in the days. To bá lọ bẹ̀ gan, forget police. On the running from once you enter the Ileshan, you will know pé ibi tó wà yẹn gan, you can't move anyhow. The bá ṣe súnmọ́ àfin tó ló máa rí pé ìgbà yìí wọ́n dira díẹ̀. That was the money back in the days.
Adelaja, let me tell you what is happening exactly. Now,
so what changed? She government will mandate pé kí wọ́n stop that way or they chose not to go that route. Is what I'm asking.
See, let me tell you something. What happened in Ekiti? You understand? Soldiers were actually in the forest in that Ekiti. You understand? But they pie one over, they kidnap one escape. And this year, police, they were asking to go and bring the one that escaped to Abuja until the senator in that senatorial district intervened. You understand? These guys were interested in the KBC that escaped. Not even in his, they were not even happy for his escape.
No,
I'm coming, no.
I'm saying I want to come on Nulu. So how do you come to Nilu talk the Kabesi and nobody can respond in the whole town? Normal for your town now.
No anymore. So that's why I'm just saying that's exactly the thing. That's why I'm saying that we should find a way to give this KBAC roles to be KBAC. I've been pushing this thing out for I think 3 weeks now. See, the problem is when the KBAC fight fully now, the next thing, police the police people that have not been able to help you, all of a sudden they will be alive. They want to know who is that person that do that. You understand? That's why I made an example. A KBAC escape. And you say they should go and bring him. You are not even say, okay, good as you escape. And next time you should report yourself. They are not interested.
So
they are interested in bringing someone that
basically, how dare he escape death?
Exactly. How dare you escape that you didn't
wait
for them to fight
you see how that question, how dare you escape death, is because of where we found ourselves now, the structure of Nigeria. So, like I said, everybody has to shout. Well, you have to shout. Your local government chairman has to shout. Your senatorial district has to shout. Your House of Assembly people, they have to shout. And your representatives, they have to shout. So if they don't make noise and they're just going and wearing agbada to go and look nice in the house and everything, then there's nothing we can do until those people make noise.
And sharp men, they should be the chief security officers of the local government. Basically, that's what I'm saying. So that next time when you know that anybody want to carry over, if they pay all of them. You understand? See, Do you know how many KBAC that bandits rode to? Some KBAC ran overseas, so some KBAC ran overseas. You understand?
tí ògiri ò bá lanu alágbá ò lè wọlé náà so báwo ni wọ́n ṣe ní àyàrá ṣe
thank you
kọ̀wé
báwo náà ṣe rí àdírẹ́sì kábíyèsí
nǹkan tí mo
báwo ni
sọ ni pé kí ni.
ṣé kò ń ṣe àwọn agbófinró náà ni
No, mo sọ I'm saying that Remy Omo Ogunye, I'm saying that back in the days, there's a way our community is set up, right? That everybody is just security conscious. Like to Ola's point that they had guns in their house. Only Shakabulalawo. They had community policing. So Remy, I'm not, but to me, it's very strange for somebody to just walk into a community, go to the palace with no resistance from the community and nothing. It's a very weird to me.
I want to carry that kind of nefarious activity. They might not necessarily be Fulani. They can disguise anyhow. So sometimes, and when Ola was let me say, let me say this. We have to look at things objectively. We cannot be one way adapter now. You have been talking about our local Bali and stuff. Which local Bali? Those ones that are modern Bali that they don't even know offer. They don't know nothing. They just like one bed party, show off and enjoy life. The orientation, they are not supposed to be. Things are not supposed to be king. I don't know how they choose them sometimes. You see them.
It's not even the train blade. Get me? No, see, Dewale, you are from royal family, and I think Adela is from royal family. Me.
What about me? Are you not sure I'm not from a royal family?
You are not talking from someone that from the royal family. You are messing with my God. No, you don't say, no. You don't know what you just did. Hold on, Remy. You don't know what you hold on. You don't know what you just did. We are saying they should empower all those traditional rulers. But you are telling me that sometimes let us empower them now. The one that is unable to do, then they will show, the tradition of that particular village or that particular city. They will use the tradition to replace. They need to replace the person. The question is this. Go ahead.
See, you see what Remy just said. Nigeria, I can say Nigeria syndrome is affecting everything because the way they place those our traditional leader, it is the past value that still give them the lead. I can say some levels of recognition that they still enjoy.
Sorry, good night, guys. I need to go to bed. Good night.
Good night, bye. So if you look at the reality, there is no single power to actually support them to contribute to the government. And that has also created a lot of problems for so long. You understand me? Constitutionally, it's because we recognize where we are coming from. That's why we value them. And then the way they have programmed, as you say, it's just like going to party, enjoy. But the society is no longer like that. They need to protect the people. But they don't even know what to do. But however, I'm not saying they are not doing anything behind the scene. They are worried about the situation. Every time they call the president, me and you were there, we know they call. But many KBC, they call president, they pick telephone, they talk with them. Many Oba, they call them, they talk with them. High-level officials, engaging them, telling them the consequences of these things that they are doing. But I feel a time is coming where the federal government have no choice, that they will get these people involved immediately so that they can support they can also provide support and give solution to this very big problem that we find ourselves, because it's getting out of hand.
Sorry, can I ask you a question?
It's diminishing them.
Can I ask you a question?
Taking them away from their responsibilities, spiritually everything, the way the country is structured. Yeah, you can ask question.
Right.
Hello.
When the, I mean, it's still going on now, but when the campaign and the sensitization was going on there, or for Yoruba Nation, what was going on, and you know, when people were saying, this is what is coming to our land, these people are surrounded, you know, we played Malafia. We played his interview online. We did everything. We gave evidences. Showed these people. What was you thinking there? What was your opinion? Did you think this thing go no fit happen? That this thing a lie. When you see your people they shout, a lie. Nobody wants to take anything. Was that? What was your opinion then?
Well, let me understand you very well. That is, they did not support the Yoruba nations. That what you trying to drag out? They were not part of the people, or what?
No. I'm just trying to think. What was your stance, or when you were hearing this thing, or did you even hear it at all? When you were hearing this sensitization going, this self-determination going about
For
Yoruba
Yoruba nation.
Yeah.
For me, the Yoruba nation it was there before Nigeria was formed, and it's still there. So if people are saying Yoruba nation,
when Igboho was saying this is what we want, this is what we want, this is
what was going on in my mind is that at that time, what was going on in my mind at that time is that I fully supported that move personally, my own opinion. But at the same time, my worry was how are they going to manage the situation without creating more crisis? Because you can't do it, Igbo cannot do it, you can't leave Yoruba land. But however, it can push something that can trigger something that everybody will now say, okay, we have to go. But however, let me tell you why it did not work. Politically, your politicians did not see that way as a viable solution at that moment. They have to prepare the ground.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm not talking about the I'm talking about when the movement was saying this is what these Fulani terrorists are doing. This is the agenda. This is what they do. This is where they are.
I was happy for me when I see any voice that agitate and stand for the people. I love it. I think we are too quiet in the South. And these are some of the things. Because if we don't voice out, we don't have people like Igboho, most especially. There is no way these people will stop. Because we need to, what is going on in Nigeria needs confrontation. The day that confrontation will start, that's the beginning of solution. As it is today, it is one side that is buying the other side, and it has been going on for years. While the government is telling the other side, just relax, we will stop them.
So basically, it took the Southwest, a lot of the big people in Southwest, 4 years plus to realize that this thing that the Yoruba self-determination people have been shouting about is actually real. So it took them 4.5 plus years or so thereabouts to actually know that. What is doing?
Let me take your mind back to what happened in Ondo State. Do you remember when some Fulani or allegedly went into a church and killed everybody? Do you remember that incident?
Yeah, now our massacre.
It was in Ondo, right? Ondo State. Was it Ondo?
The church one, the church one, the church, I remember.
The Catholic Church.
The Catholic Church, yeah.
So my point is, because when we have this conversation, people will always limit it to just Oba killings on the farms. They're also going into other areas of the community to kill people too, not just the farmers or the Obas are going through it. But there was no sense of urgency, to your point, Omo, like this, like calling for this to always tackle this issue until it got to the Obas. They've been killing people in the farm for a while.
This is what the self-determination was. But this is what the self-determination was saying. The self-determination was saying then that, look, these people are already in our forest, and this is the agenda. And however, they have different phases, right? The phase is to infiltrate the forest kidnap people, kill the farmers. And then when they finish with that, then they will now move into the city, killing prominent people. So these were the things that was being shouted back then. That this is what they're doing. So when everybody now was shouting this, and Boko Haram came and did what it did, and then everybody was happy. These people want to destroy Nigeria. These people want to listen, and then the Yoruba self-determination, they left the matter. They were happy Igboho wasn't there. And they were happy that the movement wasn't as strong as they thought, even though there were still rallies that were going on, and some sensitization and all that stuff for their self-determination. Now, these people were happy. But when they now started, infiltrating some of the prominent positions in Yoruba land, then they now realize that, almost, even to the point that this lady, Adeton, that used to talk online, what's her name, that was bashing governor of Ogun State one time. She came out to say, you better go and call the Igboho now and beg him. We need that guy. So these are the things that we are saying. So now they are not saying they need it. So thank God Omolodu Ode is around, is the president, and he has called him back. And now he's going around to see these obas to tell them, look, you need to protect yourself. Omolodu Ode has given us this assignment, and we need to make sure that everybody is safe. Are you with it or not?
Brother,
So they know how to
let me drop something
job.
out from what you have been saying. You see, my worry is this. Like as you said, if the leader chooses to keep quiet, a time is coming. People from nowhere or somebody from nowhere that have strong head, we say enough is enough. Igboho came from nowhere. We know that he has been like a popular person based on local people. Politicians need to do something or whatever, and also like community something. But it came from nowhere when it comes to issue of the entire Yoruba nation. Nobody expected Igboho to feed that gap and his men. Likewise, the way things are going in Nigeria, particularly that middle belt area, one day you will be so surprised. Somebody will rise from nowhere. Before you know it, the youth will rally behind that person.
No,
And I mean, we run
Midwest. The issue about that Midwest, apart from the Fulani giving them problems, the people there, because of their communal clashes, they are also not united. They are not united to fight it. They are fighting one another as well.
That is number one fact.
Remy,
Remy,
to almost point. I just watched a video right now of Sunday Igboho was in Kogi today. He went to Kogi State today. Yeah, I saw the video just now. So he's moving around, mobilizing. I didn't know that.
It's mobilizing for defense.
I can't really say much, but he's doing something. He's doing something.
You think we are going to open our eyes and
we can't use the word mobilizing, sensitizing the people.
No. I mean, to Ola's earlier point, is going to the KBACs, to the kings, and to the ballers to mobilize them for whatever the government wants to come up when it comes to security. So it's like, hey, listen, now we have the backing of this is not Buhari, this is Tinubu now. We have his backing, we have his blessings now to move. You have to buy into what we're saying. So he has more leverage now, unlike before, where people were very skeptical of joining his movement. Now with the backing of Tinubu in government now,
the danger of Nigeria issue is that there's also political dimension, because there is a solid agitator from let me say the Yoruba side, and when it comes to election and politics, those who want to push beyond their limit will also consider it very carefully, Because the way it is now, this insecurity that they are doing everywhere, killing generals, is a way to tarnish Tinubu image and also try to grab the power. So if Igbo is coming out again with full force, they will also consider, look, if we do this thing too much, it may take different shape. Like, I don't know whether you get what I'm saying, because they have to consider everything.
That's all he wants now. America for
Midwest, the first thing is survivor. And you have to do everything to survive in your community or in your region.
Yeah.
That is the first thing. So whatever Igbo is doing, the first thing is survival of the Yoruba race. Nobody should come to us and just kick us out like that. So that is number one priority. The second one is politics, of course. Why not? Everybody is using it. So you can say that you are right. But the first one is survival.
When he gave Apollo pipeline contract, we don't complain.
So why don't these people are maybe going to South to go and take their farmland there? Because they know that they have everything. They will scatter
public announcement. Like I've profiled Remy, I see that it's not from Yoruba, so sometimes I don't want to talk. So when we go to the background,
so where am I from? You are not
from No, he has a Fulani Kanuri blood.
He's originally from Enugu.
So we make it come. Enugu and also Fulani. Which one? I'm also in Enugu. I'm Toshuku.
It's like that Chinedu guy. That Chinedu that wanted to run for Lagos State governorship under Labour Party. That one. You know, I don't see that one for Yoruba parties now. I don't know who the
inviter. You know, say there's a Yoruba guy, Keniko Duarte, also coming up from.
You know that Sunday Bo said something. I said it before. Maybe when we go to the background, I will say it again. Maybe that's what is happening now. I don't know. You understand? But like I keep saying, the thing is not now. No, Remy, you are not even getting me. That Sunday Bo is an example of what I'm saying. See how Buhari was after in that time. Buhari, see, these people they were not after terrorists or bandits, but everybody that tried to provide resistance. Those are the people they were after.
I think Buhari just think that. Look, to be frank with you, I also want to ask myself.
Guys, just look at how Remy is talking. You will see why I say it's a Fulani and
No. Listen.
You see now? I know. I'm just saying people should pay attention.
Let me finish now. How can somebody, you are ruling a nation and you are going to archaic history that they used to graze the land when the population continued to increase in Yoruba and in Nigeria and there's no more land to graze? And you are still telling us there's a grazing route that they used to take. Come on, man. We are 60 million compared to over 220 million people. Where in fact in the southwest now, to even get a land is becoming more difficult if you don't have enough money. So sometimes I even wonder, Nigerians, are you going to just to open your eyes and vote for an 80-year-old man? 80 years. I beg, if Atiku become president of Nigeria, he will rule for life until we die. I'm telling you. Okay, if that guy
for second time.
Princess is here. If Princess want to speak before because we have about 8 minutes to go to the background. So Princess, nice seeing you.
Okay.
Do you have anything to tell us? Any new information?
No. Hello, guys. Hello.
Long time. Where have you been?
I've always been listening, but been too busy to contribute.
Okay.
But I'm enjoying the conversation. Thank you, sir.
So,
okay. You're welcome.
So for me, this security thing, what do you think about Sunday Go? Oh, she's not okay. She doesn't want to say anything. But Sunday Go went to. I think he went to Okun. Okun is in Kogi, Abi.
I've forgotten the area, but he went to Kogi. It's still there today. They're going to have a big this thing on the field. A big
on the field.
I mean, I know, but let me ask someone. My Benny Jomo, at the sideline. So what happened to Ghanaian Adams and OPC? They're not.
Kò sí nǹkan tó ṣe. Kò sí nǹkan tó ṣe Gani
Not
Adams.
doing nothing. It does not have power. It does not have nothing. Just
No, it's not like he doesn't have power.
Is it part of this movement or is just
It's not that he doesn't have power. I'm sure they are.
Gani is still working, no, but it's not working the way you expect him to work. It's working. It's still protecting some community.
The thing is, it's just a bit complicated, but everybody is doing their best. You know, all fingers on deck. So if you're saying you are this, so you need to prove yourself. That's just the way Yoruba is. You have to prove
See,
yourself.
my brother,
for you to be.
let me come in there. Those guys, our kings, as a whole, they are more worried than you and they are working more than you. But they can't do it the way, I don't know, the way you want it. Because they consider everything thoroughly before any little step. That's just the truth. What if it become like this? What can we do? What if it become like this? They've seen the problem. It doesn't
Gani Adams is not about. It's Areo.
Okay, now, I just say
Are without no power, Ola. Are without no power. I bet.
At least let's give.
No, hold on, Midwest, we continue. Sorry, Midwest. They say if Akata is a Jaka, you understand? If Jaka or Fox, you understand? If they get problem for eye, no before mouth of foul, then go take air that thing. You are telling say, hold on. Okay. No. See, you are saying Gani no get power, right? No, just go try something rubbish around that man. You will see saying get power.
Exactly. We can't discredit him now. He's doing good on his own.
I am just joking about that. But
for somebody, during Gani's time, we knew what Gani did. You understand? So you have to give him credit. So
what about now? Yeah. I think he should be in his 70s. Maybe it's already old. Or what?
Now see Gani, you know, say the one where the one for Ibadan that time. What's the name of this guy? The kidnapper in the Ibadan. You know, say OPCC follow reach that place. They want, you know, say now OPCC go carry those guys. When they say that they shoot, when the gun no enter anything. Kilo ruko bobo to one.
Wakili, you know, I want Wakili.
Now OPCC carry Wakili. When you do, are you see waiting the show? Waiting the show those OPCC say they get might go carry the Wakili alone with your government too. So don't blame me, Gani Adams. So the thing is,
Buhari locked them in for 3 months. Locked those OPCC guys for 3 months.
Release Gani Adams now.
See now, power there Yoruba side. How do you expect those guys? Look, politics is also there. They cannot start something maybe when it goes out of control. It's like that they destroy Tinubu administration. So the president is still willing to say.
I think Midwest does not understand what Sunday Igboho is really doing.
Wait, let me tell you something. When it comes to an architecture like that, it cannot go out of control.
Baba kan wá sí bàbá kan kò ṣe bàbá kan came to Agbalet's program. Ó dún ayẹta wò lórí ibẹ̀ yẹn. Tó kì í bọ̀ ẹ̀ tó gbé fẹ́ di ẹ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀ kan ṣe kọ́kọ́ ní kò tí ẹ̀ rán.
Jẹ́ ká tẹ AK-47. Ọ̀làwọ́dà bọ̀ AK-47. Àgbọ̀n náà lẹ́nu.
Are you kidding me? Ó sọ pé kò sí.
Wait, ìtọ́jú AK-47 náà. Ìtọ́jú AK-47 náà yìí lé olóyè Sunday Igboho.
Remy, ask yourself a question.
Mi sọ pé wọn ò ní o.
Remy,
you say AK waiting.
No.
What I said was the one that was more than AK-47. The one that was more than AK-47 was what they sprayed in Olóyè Sunday Igboho's house. So it's not new.
Let me even give Remy something. You understand? I want to buy the caterpillar. Those people will go use Agada go to lock caterpillar to lock instrument. Not be to lock AK. They can lock AK-47 now. Must not take AK-47 shoot. You
So
understand?
that's what
Oh,
I'm
but
saying. I'm not saying they don't have the power.
oh,
I'm not saying why can't they share the power with all of us?
Fọ́ọ̀bù gan wà gan. Wàá yìnbọn ìwọ ló máa bà. Ṣé wọ́n ẹ̀?
ẹnu ọ̀rẹ́ mi nìkan lọ share kínní pẹ̀lú òun ta ló máa share pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ kódà mi ò lè share spoon lásán pẹ̀lú ẹ̀.
But for me,
We don't give that kind of thing to people
there
who
is
don't be
a lot
bad.
going on. There are also strategic.
If I get that kind of thing, now only 2 people have share with here. You understand? But I mean, it's not one of them.
Tẹ́kẹ̀ náà wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe wọ́n á ṣàṣepọ̀ ọmọ awo ni wọ́n. Ṣé mo sọ fẹ́ pé 3-1 ló ń ṣe lọ́jọ́ yẹn? Ó sọ fún wa pé
Mi ò
Kò
kì
sí
í
kan tó bá di 3-1 lò.
ṣọmọ awo. Mi
Kò
ò
sí
kì í
kan tó
ṣọmọ
bá
awo.
di
I'm only
3-1
telling
lò.
you say if I get, I no go kill
ò
wetin I
lè
no
blame
be.
àwa tá a dira náà yín tẹ̀lé ti dira.
Yorùbá ni wá.
I
So
no
Ká fẹ́
dira,
àwọn
mi ò
Fúlàní.
dira
3-1 necessary.
kankan.
I think we should pick people like Babati or Lanko to be front for
I
our
no
general.
get
We
jazz.
back
Abeg,
so that you guys
no
go and
implicate me. I
fight
no
for us.
get jazz.
No get
Abeg,
You
anybody
see,
we want join for background, come. Oh, thank you everybody that has been with us. So I'll be shutting down in the next few minutes. So maybe less than a minute. So if you want, come join. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. Continue.
you see I'm just happy that finally,